It's 11:59 America, and you're listening to Uncle Connery with news, videos, and podcasts until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. The inmates now run the asylum. The inmates now run the asylum. Kathy Griffin is actually a man in a red wig. Kathy Griffin is actually a man in a red wig. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're another day closer to victory. For all of you gun channels out there, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. I guess we're still a couple minutes early before the official start of the show, but I've got a lot to do today, so thought what I would do is let the inmates run the asylum, which will help explain why today's called the best show ever edition. Remind everybody on gun channels to refresh the morning away and give them the hangout link. And if they're still talking, then you will see a Night Strike and a Snuggie talk about last night's hit or miss, which will be cool. Yesterday physically felt really good, and today is a case of what one hand gives, the other one takes away. I feel like absolute dog shit today, so let me start working on the midday show prep, and we will wait for the others. Speaking of, morning, Tony. You are there, right?
Well, morning, Mr. Connery.
There you are. No word yet if my governor is going to call a special session for this bathroom bill nonsense. It'll probably make the news later today. You have an abbreviated week, but the workload hasn't gotten any smaller. Go figure, right? I'll use this. I'm putting together today in history.
Okay, well, put it together louder because I can't hardly hear you.
God damn it, really?
I just heard that fine.
Right. It's probably because my mic keeps getting buried underneath my shirt collar. Put that in too. Good stuff. I got an email from Jimmy last night about being able to edit a spreadsheet. I'm assuming that's the Ask Gun question stuff.
It's generally just the layout for the show.
Okay. Yeah, he sounds like he needs a little hand in getting back into the groove of things too.
I got it too, and I don't know exactly what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Holy crap, that's going on there.
I kind of half-ass expected him to pop up this morning, but
he says he wasn't sure. Crap, that's going on.
I kind of half-ass expected him to pop up this morning, but
he says he wasn't sure.
Crap, that's me. Shut me off. I kind of half-ass expected him to pop up this morning, but
hey, Al, you're putting back in your mind.
Crap, that's me. Shut me off.
Sorry about that. I had the wrong button pushed.
Yeah, don't let it happen again because I sound like hell.
What do you think the listeners are going to say?
Fuck them. Who cares?
Right.
I just don't want to hear me.
Oh, I forgot to turn off the lobby YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
Angry's got the girl of the day.
That was quick.
Fucking Jimmy must have group text everybody.
I got it, I think, in an email.
I got an email on the invitation to edit sheets.
Oh. Wow, I didn't know that happened the year I graduated. Awesome.
I haven't looked at my phone. I may have got a text too. That's just to hint anybody who tries to text me. Good luck on getting me to look at it and reply. Let's see who this is.
Yeah, I was hoping Next Truck would jump in here so you can talk about what the hell happened last night on Hit or Miss, because him and Smeggy were chewing the fat on getting neg bombed or something like that. Neg bomb, for those of you who don't know, it's just you can thumbs up or you can thumbs down a video. I used to get that saying because I was a part of forums that you can give a +1 or a -1, and if you wrote something and you trolled the forums, everyone would hit the -1 button, so you get negative votes. And if you had too many, they would ban your account because they thought you were a deliberate troll. So that's where I got neg bomb from, and it sounds like that might have been what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, I saw him talking about it. But I don't know.
We used to have a forum that if somebody was constantly all the time out of control.
Yeah.
You know how they are. You ban them and then they get another account. You ban that when they get another account. So there was this thing, I forgot what it was called, but you could like put them in timeout, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they would, and nobody would see their post. They didn't know that nobody was seeing their post, but they can just go on and rant all they want and nobody ever saw it, but they were never banned.
That's funny.
I want to put this in news of the day, but it's kind of funny, like the way it's worded.
By the way, good morning, everyone.
Hey, what's going on?
Good morning.
It's the morning strike.
Yeah, I named the subject to the edition of the show after what you guys were talking about earlier.
Oh, we're divided in so many more ways than just Michigan.
No, I meant like your show last night. Did you get 100 thumbs down or something? Really?
Yeah. Matt asked everyone to give us a like or a thumbs up, and about 30 something odd people did, and then everybody else, we got over 100 downvotes. I'm like, what the fuck, guys? It wasn't that bad.
I gave you a thumbs up on 3 different accounts.
I mean, what the hell? Do they not realize that when you're a small channel, if you get a lot of dislikes on your votes, Google's algorithm will tear you a new one?
Yep.
Assholes. I want to know which subscribers those are so I can get rid of them.
All of them.
Probably.
Nah, it was me with 100 different accounts, man. I was just fucking around.
That's a hell of a
Yeah,
script.
somebody in California heard you was having a hangout, so there you go.
Right. It must have been the local LA chapter of Cal Guns.
Damn, that guy's a badass.
So,
Yeah, so today's history of the day is gonna be pretty good.
This made you say Michigan is divided because of the few big cities we have. Well, fucking welcome to America, man. Illinois, California, New York, we all down with that one.
And Smeggy, yeah, it hurts us. And you know what? Tonight, I'm totally gonna, do the same thing Matt did, so he gets 100 fucking downvotes.
It's not gonna happen. He's got too many people. It could be.
You think it was
Yankee
the F
did it.
bombs?
No, we're known for being unedited.
Okay. I mean, I thought it was pretty comical myself, but
That's the point. We're not being serious. Well, we are being serious, but we're not trying to be overly serious, like straight face government serious.
I never met anybody that dropped more F bombs than Flippy.
Yeah.
You haven't
By
seen,
the way,
Obviously, you haven't watched
happened?
Matt's videos.
you haven't seen
I'll
DB
never
on.
see him anymore.
He was just in chat this morning.
I mean, I see him in the chat. I've never seen him in the hangout in quite a while.
He's bopped in these shows a few times.
As Bob said, he's just playing the part of the sad panda.
Flippy got religion, so he don't drop the F-bombs anymore, at least last I knew.
Is that a true story?
Yes.
Wow.
That's all right. I pretty much say whatever the fuck I want.
You don't say.
Well, so let me just throw this slight embarrassment out there. In about the last 30 minutes on Amazon looking at fidget spinners.
I sell them. I don't
My
like that I
fidget-
sell them, but I sell them.
My
How
fidget,
much? What? I don't know.
Are you trying
My
to figure
fidget-
out why they're out or why somebody actually made it?
No, I was actually considering buying one.
It was invented from a mother or housewife or something with an autistic kid, and it gave him mentally something to do. That's basically how it started. I don't
my
get it.
fidget spinners are made by Ruger and Smith & Wesson.
My first one was, I mean, like others have said, was a ruler and a pencil.
I don't know. When I was a kid, autism didn't exist. Now all of a sudden, it's like we have a name for everything.
When I was a kid, it was ADD and ADHD. Now it's, it's Asperger's. Though in my case, I actually did have ADD and ADHD.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, I do say.
They say that ADD is a thing, but I don't really buy it. I just think it's a bored mind actively looking for something to do, because they tried to categorize me with that shit. Like, no, I don't think so. I'm just bored.
Exactly. It's like, put me, who is smarter than every other kid in this class with all these dumb fucks,
Yeah.
and make me come down to their level and see how fucking bored I can get.
Yeah, that's why I was sent to private school after.
Oh shit! How did that?
Not talking me personally, but I mean taking some kid that's a little smarter than the others, and in a classroom they have to teach to the slowest common denominator there. So
No, it wasn't worth a crap in school. I couldn't. I couldn't remember anything. I could study all friggin' night long, get up the next day and not have a clue about what was on the test.
I don't know. When I was younger, I was gifted with the ability to remember all kinds of useless, stupid bullshit.
Oh boy.
When I was in junior high in Missouri, they implemented a progressive education program where students all went at their own pace. So there wasn't basically there wasn't a teacher sitting in front of the classroom teaching.
Sometimes that helps.
What is this? The guy, I need you to build more machine.
I know.
Okay, instead of doing all.
Ah, Sean seems to be having problems.
And for me, it was a real eye opener because that was about the only time in school I found it really entertaining was 7th and 8th grade, where I could go as I wanted to. By the time I went into freshman in high school, I was way, way ahead of everybody else. Mostly because I was bored and I liked to read, and that's what I did. I just freaking read all the time.
Yeah, even up until high school, I loved reading because I liked books. You know,
I didn't like reading as far as reading a nonfiction or biography or whatever. I liked learning type books. Just thumbing through the dictionary. We had a rack of encyclopedias, that I just spent hours and hours in.
Something that
And
children today will never, ever have the pleasure of is a freaking set of encyclopedias.
I still got mine.
well, of course, we didn't have Google back then. I've actually gotten pretty adept at finding stuff on Google. And I'll tell you, I've learned a lot just by sitting at my browser looking stuff up.
Yeah, but the thing is with the encyclopedias, you were forced to flip through lots of other shit that
Well,
He didn't
that's
want to
true.
see.
no clue you were looking for.
And I'll tell you, I come from a technical background, and so I always had racks and racks of manuals of various types, systems manuals, all computer related stuff. And I was good at looking that stuff up. And I really prefer thumbing through paper. I just think it's faster. But
I used to, but it's getting to be a pain in the ass to read as I get old. My eyesight's not what it should be.
yeah,
And
I used to get pretty frustrated, and now it's almost amusing. But you get something and it's got fine print, and I'm like, really? I'm supposed to read that? See it?
now that I'm having so many back problems, I can't hardly stand to sit and lean over a book to read it. So I don't read much anymore, except for looking it up online. But when I find something I want, I'll spend the money and print it out or buy it.
Yeah.
Like we always talk about reloading. When I look up information on reloading, I always print it out. And yet I still blow up my gun.
I did that. Well, I didn't blow it up. The first 357 I had was a little 4-inch Smith and Wesson. Don't remember the model number or anything. I started reloading, and I was pretty careful. I mean, I weighed everything out, but I kind of loaded on the edge, like between 10 and 15% below maximum. And so I didn't blow it up, but I swelled one of the chambers, and you could hardly get a case out of that chamber.
Oh, I actually cracked the chamber on a Ruger Super Blackhawk, but I was running about 40% overload.
Yeah.
Didn't they say that shouldn't have cracked it?
Ruger said it shouldn't have. They said it should have took at least 50, 60% overload. And they stood behind it. They paid for it all.
Then that means that they whatever they did, that one was out of spec.
Well, to be honest with you, and Sean brought this up, they replaced it with a different material. And I think they're replacing all of them that blow with a different, a better cylinder, and just keeping quiet about it.
Did the shell casing split?
No, but it really blew out the primer pockets.
Yeah. You don't mind the shell casing split, and that may add something to do with it. I don't know. I got rid of it and bought a Colt, which was just a friggin' tack driving tank.
Which Colt?
It was a trooper. Had it was a 6-inch with the big bull barrel and all that. It was kind of like a Python, but without the top rail in it.
Python is best.
Paid $269 for it, and it's northwards of $1,000 if you can find one.
Yeah, friggin' Python's best looking gun ever made.
Yeah. Seemed like I looked at the Python and it was like $100 more or something. I just decided to cheap out. But that trooper was a fine gun.
Back in the day, I think most Colt's revolvers were really well done. I haven't put my hands on a newer one to have any idea what this new thing they're putting out is, but I don't particularly care for how it looks. It looks too damn plain for what it's following. I actually toyed with the idea of getting an Anaconda, but they're just too damn much money.
You know, I think I got a picture of one here somewhere.
One of the gun shops in the area had it was probably an 8-inch or somewhere in there. It's bigger than 6, I believe. Barreled Anaconda. God, they wanted like $2,400 or something like that for just ridiculous amount of money. But it's pretty. But for well over 1,000 less, I got a freaking 629.
And
What the hell? Is work interfering with Ponnery's ability to run a hangout?
Probably. Because that was probably his boss yelling at him.
Just lay out the 50 or 500 on your desk with a little folded card by it saying complaint department.
No, that'll get him in trouble.
I think I'm going to call my gun shop today and have them order me another Vaquero.
You want to be that guy with 2 holsters and 1 in each, right?
Well, that is kind of part of the gig of doing the cowboy action shooting.
You should also look at getting what is that? If you haven't already, getting like either getting an original or getting a reproduction of Winchester 92.
I just bought a 94 Marlin.
Never have enough lever guns.
If I'm going to buy a Winchester, it's going to be probably an 86.
Well, you want an E6? All right.
Well, yeah, I'd want it in 45-70.
I can get behind that.
I've had a 92, an original, and I've had a number of 94s, which are great guns. I mean, I got no kick against the 94, but they're just too damn much money these days.
I mean, I'm probably looking at getting like I can't afford an original 92, so what I'm looking at doing is getting one of those Rossi 92 copies. Because those aren't too much.
One of the guys that writes on cowboy action shooting bought a Rossi to get into it and was going to replace it later, and he said, hell, it turned out to be a fine gun for it. I mean, I've always been kind of a Marlin fan, so I thought getting a Marlin would be all right. It's a Remington Marlin, which means it is not near as slick as a real Marlin would have been.
Yeah.
But it'll
Well, the reason why you get the Rossi 92 is you get something that looks like an actual Winchester without paying the original Winchester 92 price.
I actually was flipping a coin basically between the Marlin and the Henry.
Ooh, the Henry rifle. So you were thinking about getting a Golden Boy?
No. It
No.
might have been. It might have been if had that been what they had, but it wouldn't have been my first choice. If I'm going to run toasty warm loads of 44 Magnum through it, I want it to be as much steel as I can get.
Oh. All right.
And I bought a Henry 22 some years ago, and I'm telling you, when I disassembled that gun, I was about sick to my stomach at what I saw that innards that thing made out of. It looked like pot metal, but they say it was cast aluminum. But man, this is nothing like a Winchester. So I took it back and I plunked down the money and bought a 94-22.
Yeah.
There is the one gun that I've owned throughout my whole life that I wish to fuck I had back.
One. The one you traded it for or sold it for?
I probably sold it to pay bills. I had a fairly large rifle collection some 15 years ago or so, and when I started getting sick, you know, I had to come up with money to pay bills.
That does suck.
I also had a Remington 700 BDL and a 6mm Remington with a bow barrel that I kind of miss. But these days I couldn't carry some bitch out to hunt with it. It's too heavy.
Al, what are you playing with?
Oh, that's my virtual mixer.
I want one.
Windows or Mac?
Windows.
Meter with 2 E's. Voice, MEETER. Works well.
It is unfortunate that Windows took all of that ability off of Windows Media Player.
Yeah.
There's a link in the side chat.
Awesome.
You'll also need a, it's called a virtual cable. Well, it's a virtual cable.
Okay.
Virtual audio cable, if you will.
All right. I've got that now. Bookmarking this.
And then I'll give you a link. Give you a link to a YouTube video that shows you how to set it up for Hangouts.
Is this how you fixed your problem?
No. Well, I can sort of. There's some plugins you can use that are like virtual effects boxes. I can sort of filter it out, but it's just a real pain in the butt to set up and everything. But yeah, I think the only solution would be to. Well, I've got one other thing to try. I don't really like it. They say when you have a ground loop in the USB headset, and it's more predominant with laptops that are plugged into power supplies, that you can get a 3-prong adapter cut the ground prong off and plug that into the wall, and somehow it does some kind of magic, but I hadn't tried that yet. I can actually lay my hand on, on the corner of the laptop and the hum will go away.
Huh.
Or unplug the power supply.
But then you lose power after a while.
Yeah. Or I could spend 50 or 60 bucks on an isolator. I'm too cheap to do something like that. So I just use my earbuds for now.
Those earbuds.
This mixer will also allow you to play, to route sounds from the computer through the Hangout. So, if you had a, sound bite or whatever.
Sounds are
You
coming
know what I
back.
really want? I want a soundbite of Smeggy saying "fuck that," because he just got the perfect accent for it.
Yeah, that Michigan accent, right?
Yeah.
We don't know where the hell Ponnery went, Angry.
He ran off into obscurity. No, we actually don't know where he ran off to.
He may have said so, but I wasn't paying enough attention to know.
Phone call.
Somebody's getting one.
Yeah, you don't have a phone in your garage, do you? Aside from your cell phone, right?
Nope, and it ain't in here. It's outside the door.
So you don't have to answer anything.
Nope.
Okay, that was weird.
Somebody call you and say you won lottery?
No, the dude goes, "Hey, Grandpa," and I'm like, "What? This is your grandson, Eric." I'm like, "What?"
Yoder, aren't you old enough to have grandchildren though?
Yeah, but that's a long story. And no, I'm not friggin' gay.
I wasn't going to insinuate that either. So
Well, I put it this way: my tribe's gaming name is Old Guy.
yeah. So somebody had the wrong number.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it was a wrong number or if it. The scammers are getting a little bit creative. I've noticed lately.
Yeah, I see that.
But I like messing with them.
Oh, they called me like that. If they were to call me like that wanting money, it'd be like, obviously you're not my fucking grandkid because you know better.
Well, the funny thing is, I meant to say, is this Isaac? Except I said, is this Eric? And he goes, yeah, this is Eric, your grandson. I'm in Baltimore. One of my friends died. And I'm like, what?
And then what happened?
I don't know if it really was a wrong number or you never know. No, I answer those calls because I particularly enjoy messing with the guys from Microsoft.
But they aren't really from Microsoft, though.
Well, I know. Bring them along. I mean, I've strung them along as a half hour before springing the trap on them. You know. Or basically just letting them know I'm messing with them.
Yeah. No.
One of these days, I'm going to set up a virtual machine and
Oh, I did that. I did that one
really
time.
mess with them.
I did that one time. I had a virtual machine of Windows XP installed. And they're like, sir, I need to get connected to your computer because it is not valid and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, here you go. Here's all the information. Go ahead. He's like, it's Windows XP. And he goes and tries to, do all this stuff and tries to make it so no one can use it and whatnot, so they could, ransom your computer back to you or something like that. And he's like, it's not working. It's like, well, of course it's not working. There's no way in hell I'm gonna let a dumbass like you try and ransom my PC to me. You're in a fucking virtual machine. What the hell do you think you're doing? Oh man, fun times. Yeah, there was this one conversation I heard on it's actually a recording on YouTube where they tried to go after they tried to get this one guy, either they were trying to sell him or saying they were from Microsoft or something, and he screwed with them really bad. Because he made it sound like he was an investigator and he was investigating a murder, and they called the murderee's cell phone.
I've heard that, and after I heard it, I actually used that routine on one of those guys. It was the funniest thing.
I love I thought it was hilarious at the part where he asked, "Are you his gay lover?" That was hilarious. Oh man, that's it's fun to mess with these telemarketer people that are trying to scam people because they're not doing anything helpful to society. So you might as well mess with them.
I'll get them talking, and one of my favorite closers is, I'll keep them going. I'll play dumb. Of course, I'm not touching the computer the whole time. What? Well, it's not working. It's what? Alt Shift what? And I just, a lot of times when you do that, they'll hang up on you because they don't have any patience. But if I can keep them going like that, and we kind of build up a rapport, like I'm really paying attention and wanting help, I'll just go, so where you at? And they'll tell me something. Yeah. Well, go look out your window and see if there's a cruise missile headed your direction. Click.
Back in the day, when I was really into testing stuff for Microsoft, I monkeyed around with something called IP lock. And what this thing did was, if you was hooked to somebody on the internet, you could grab a hold of their IP and lock it to you. And you could really dick with people that way, because every time they try to log on, it'd come back to where you had them to start with. But Microsoft killed that one because there's too many problematic applications for that. I never did.
Oh, it's just one guy. And you know what they do is they get you on one of those web-based troll things.
So they can take over your computer.
Somehow the guy wound up getting control of the other guy's computer. And
oh yeah, that's a video on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he's like, but sir, my supervisor is going to get very angry. I need to get into my computer.
Yeah, it's the one. Did you see the one where the guy was trying to tell him how to make payments, and he's like, he kept giving him a fake number, and it kept not working, and he's like, well, I can do a bank transfer. And the guy's like, no, I can't do it. So actually wound up giving him on-screen access banking portal. I'm talking about the hacker was doing this. Gave the guy access, and the guy was like, I can't believe this guy just gave me full access to his banking information.
Yeah, well, criminals are dumb, so well, some of them are. Some of these scammers aren't. They think they are smarter than other people, but when they lose something, they lose it. So. But I like the calls when that you get this Indian guy saying he's from the it's like, hello, I'm with the United States Education Service or something. So they sent them. They're saying they're part of the government. So what my brother's done one time is he answered the phone and they said that, and he's like Special Agent Smith with the insert the NSA. How can I help you? Each and every time they click, but he does it differently, saying like the FBI, the NSA, the CIA.
I tell you one thing I've discovered on some of these voice-activated robocalls.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that sort of sound like you're having a real conversation.
Ugh, I hate those.
If you say police department, about half the time they hang up, even though it's a computer. And so they'll call, I'm like, okay, robocall, and I'll go police department, and they'll say something, I'll go police department. They either keep going or it just disconnects, or they go, oh, I'm sorry to bother you, or whatever, you know.
Next thing we know, you'll get busted for impersonating the cops.
Oh, did either one of you guys do the AOL chat room thing back in the day?
Yeah.
I didn't do
well, you
AOL,
know how the
guys.
always asking for phone numbers, age, sex, location, all that good stuff. Well,
Uh,
I found an FBI phone number. It was not an 800 number, and a real person actually picked up. And I had a username that was kind of cryptic. You couldn't have told if I was a guy or a gal if you didn't know me.
oh God.
So when some dude would ask me that, that's the number I'd give him.
You were awful.
And about 30 seconds later, he'd be back in the chat room and stuff. It was the funniest thing.
That's awful.
So I was going to ask this earlier, but you know, it's gun stuff. So why would we talk about gun stuff?
Oh no, we got to talk about gun stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah. So what are you guys thinking about?
As in,
Well, the XS big dots. Have you seen them? Know what they are?
I have seen them in passing, I think, but I've never really given them any thought.
So basically, you've got a big white ring, if you will, on the front side. It's got a tritium insert.
Mhm.
And the rear sight is kind of a short, shallow V shape. And then in the center of it, there's like a vertical mark, if you will, with the tritium insert. And so all you got to do is they call it dot in the eye. Put the ball on, or put the ball on top of the tee, if you will. And so I was kind of thinking about that because I'm cross-eyed dominant,
uh-oh.
and I thought it might be easier to acquire a good sight picture, whatever.
Couldn't hurt.
If they're not expensive, it's probably worth trying, but
They're about $100.
I do okay with 3-dot or with nothing, like on the revolvers. I don't need anything.
Yeah, I either have 3-dot that's on my 90 tube, or I just use iron sights.
So
I do have a couple red dots here and there though.
Here's my situation. If I just push out, both eyes open, looking at the target, I don't even see the front sight. It's buried behind one of the blades on the rear side. And so I can kind of cock my head and it'll come into view. Matter of fact, that's I've just kind of developed a natural. My head kind of cocks and my chin kind of touches my shoulder and it comes into view. But as far as just, pushing out, I don't even see the front sight. So I was thinking about going to the big dots, and because it's supposed to be really easy to acquire your front sight with those.
Don't let the gun community shame you into thinking you can't close one eye when you shoot, because there's nothing wrong with that either.
Yeah. Well, the only thing about that for me, and maybe it's just more of my logical way of thinking, is losing depth perception when you close an eye.
Well, you only need to close it the time it takes to acquire the sight. Now, having said that, I train to shoot with both eyes open, but I'm not one that says you have to do that. Whatever works, works.
Yeah, here's what they look like. Anyway, just something I was thinking about.
I say give it a shot, man. It's only $100.
Yeah.
Probably resell them if they don't work
Well,
out.
I'm gonna go down and talk to the local mom and pop store and see if they can get them, because they have a gunsmith, and anything you purchase there, they'll install it for free.
Well, that's cool. Hey, maybe they got a gun there with the monitor. You can look through it, see how it works without buying them.
Yeah.
Goddamn, what the hell? Ponder get rushed to the hospital or something?
Not much telling.
Damn, there ain't shit on TV today.
400 channels and nothing on.
Hey, Dano.
I know I've only got about 20.
Well, you got 20 more than I got. Well, I guess I could consider the internet one channel.
Hey, Dano, did you hear me
got
talking
what?
about access big dot sites?
Yeah, Dano's old. He might.
I recognize that comment.
Now, what do you think about them? As far as my cross dominance situation.
Well, I've never shot a pistol with them, so I don't have any experience with them. I don't know as far as cross dominance. It's because there are certain things that some people can train themselves to do and not. And this has nothing to do with cross dominance, but it does have to do with eye control. And an example would be is keeping both eyes open and yet looking through just one eye.
Yeah.
As far as your field of vision. It's a mind control thing. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but does that work under stress?
If you consistently, it's like muscle memory. If that's the way you do it, you don't have to think about it. Your body will do it. If you don't practice it to get that muscle memory, that like automatic reaction, then it won't do it. But it is you don't have to think about it as it is. It's a reaction to a certain stimuli. Much like muscle memory for where your gun is on your holster. To where you're not sometimes grabbing the grip, other times missing it by a mile. I see the chart you brought up there.
Howdy, Raph. How's Dano today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm just doing laundry this morning. So, which of those three variations are you looking at possibly checking out, Al?
The only one that I have found are the 24/7. Which is with the tritium inserts, which.
Right. I've seen the standard dots online, but I've never seen them in person.
Yeah.
And Sean has to stealth host today because his deadline is up.
Yes, I saw that in the side chat. So
Poor Sean.
But we appreciate him nonetheless.
We do? Oh, right. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. So in fact, I think my dryer timer is about to buzz in about 4 minutes.
No knows.
Folding the clothes. The life of an operator.
Hey, I put mine out on a clothesline.
Did James Yeager teach you that?
You know, much like proper stance, I've been walking and standing for 56 years. I think I got it down.
No, I meant the tactical folding.
I'm folding clear clothes. Let's see, since I was about 16, so about 40 years. I think I pretty much got that.
Do you fold T-shirts?
I put them on a hanger.
See, I roll mine up.
Well, like if I'm going to travel, I'll roll them.
I roll everything when I travel. but I travel with the carry-on, so every little bit it helps.
Only way to do it.
Mm-hmm. So Al, have you shot any firearm with a big dot on it?
No, no,
Okay.
I haven't.
I mean,
I've
the
read
only
a number of reviews and watched some videos. And basically, of course, you know, this is not a target site. This is a get work done site.
right. It's a
And
self-defense
basically,
site.
yeah, basically what they're saying is you dot the I, and all you got to do is put the dot on the target.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, is it something for competition? Absolutely not. Competition if it's all about accuracy. If it's just
Right,
about
right.
hitting the target, then maybe. But as the distance goes out, they become a little bit less effective. But then again, you have to ask, why would you be shooting from 100 feet away?
Exactly.
What kind of sights you got now?
Just
Me?
the stock 3-dot.
Well, I'll tell you something to try, which is what I use to make mine work better for me, and that's I paint the dot on the front sight is orange.
Well, and I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but if I don't put a lot of time in, if I put a lot of time into it, what I wind up with is 2 front sights, and one will wind up between the rear sights. And maybe that's what I should do. I don't know. But you know, if normally if I just push out, the front sight is hidden behind the
Yeah,
rear
I mean,
sight. So
I was able to overcome my cross-eye dominance through that technique I demonstrated. But obviously, you know,
you
that
still
clearly
do
doesn't
that?
work. What?
Well, you know, I tried that. It kind of didn't feel natural.
Well, and it's different for everybody. I mean, nothing for the first
Yeah.
time is going to feel natural because you've never done it before.
Right.
I mean, just by its very nature, it's not going to feel normal because it's not normal.
Shoot that way?
I shoot that way all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, but I didn't start shooting that way until probably about 5-6 years ago.
Yeah. And like you said, it doesn't take much.
And that's
Just
kind of an example of when they say people, well, you don't need training. Well, you know, it took me decades to figure that out on my own. Where I could go to a trainer and say, I've got cross-eye dominance issues. What are some different techniques I can try? And then I can walk away with 2 or 3 different possibilities of things I can try later on my own. I mean, that's just an example of that sort of thing.
What did you do,
Yeah.
Dano?
What did I do?
Yeah, what technique?
Oh, I made a video of it a couple years back.
I ain't watched.
And what it is I'm cross-eye dominant. I'm left-handed, but right-eye dominant. So what I do is, and the video kind of demonstrates it much better than just trying to describe it in words. But if you take a pistol and then you hold it, you know, in front of, you know, front of your eye is normally if you put your fist out in front of you, like you're punching somebody, not like you're holding a gun, just as if you had extend your arm as if you would punch somebody. It's going to tend to be at a slight angle. It's not going to be perfectly up and down. Okay. Well, it's using that position to hold your firearm as you actually tilt the sights ever so slightly towards your dominant eye. and it's a compromise between a slight adjustment of what's your natural grip anyway. If you hold your fist out in front of you as if you had just punched somebody, and moving it over about an inch. The firearm about 1 inch over, and that puts it from in front of your weak eye to at least the center of your nose, and then with that slight twist of the wrist that's naturally there, is going to put it pretty darn close to your dominant eye. Again, it's not perfect, not going to feel normal, because again, first time you do anything new is not going to feel normal, because it's not.
If you're not comfortable with closing your dominant eye to force your weak eye to find the sight, just squint it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that too.
Yeah, that's a technique that I used to transition to get me to the point where I can shoot with both eyes open. Was to transition by squinting one of my eyes to force the concentration and the muscle focuses of my eye and my hand together. Again, it's a muscle thing. Until I was able to do it without having to halfway close one of my eyes. Because when you do that, you're also eliminating some of your peripheral vision and possibly somebody else that may be out there trying to hurt you that you may not see now.
Right.
Because you got one of your eyes half closed.
I'm just trying to get the weak eye to more automatically focus on the sight.
Oh, yes. And basically what works is, I mean, as long as you can do it repetitively and it works for you, that's probably the right thing.
Well, what has happened, and I think I said this the other night, it just kind of happened naturally, or maybe it was an accident, I don't know. But if my cheek touches my right, and I'm right-handed, touches my right shoulder, that front side is right down the middle. And so that's kind of what I've been doing, but
Okay. I got to go attend to the dryer. I'll be back.
all right.
Happy folding, Dano. I don't know. It's hard for me. I just have to suggest on things that I've seen because I'm not really cross-eye dominant.
Yeah. I didn't know either.
I don't
until
I don't
somebody
have
showed me how to diagnose it.
I don't have issues with eye dominance shooting with either hand. It just I've done it forever. I can't put two guns side by side and focus on both sides at once. I'm not that adept, but I don't really have eye dominance issues. Angry Dano gets it. He knows when to hold them, knows when to fold them.
Kenny Rogers. I think that's right.
Oh, that's who sang the song.
The Gambler, I think.
That reminds me of that Geico commercial.
Know when to walk away and when to run.
And they should have had know when to walk away and know when to gun, not run. How many freaking Winchesters did Hollywood buy back throughout the course of all these Westerns?
You don't want to know.
I mean, like, you look at John Wayne shows, and John Wayne in his movies, most of the time he was carrying his own. That ivory handled Colt, or that pair that he had, and that big looped 92 was his, along with a whole shitload of other guns. I'll be right back.
Someone's got a phone call.
Ain't me.
It ain't me either.
It had to be Tony because, oh, well, I guess it may have been Dano.
Yeah.
Sean's muted.
Well, Sean's busy with stuff. All right, fidget spinners. Shit. When I saw that those fidget spinners had to be the stupidest thing I've ever seen, but apparently people are all crazy with them. So what the fuck?
Well, you know, when I was a kid, we had the little gyroscopes that we were all amazed with, or the ones of us that had them were amazed with.
I'm still not impressed. But that's fine. I don't need to be impressed.
Yep, Spags, that does sound like it's going to be a real fair and unbiased article.
Yeah, right. Fair and unbiased. Uh-huh.
I got where I don't hardly trust anything I read online or see on the TV as far as news goes. Especially if it's about politics.
I'm still extremely pissed off at my local freaking TV channel for saying the pizza delivery guy got robbed by an AK-47.
That was funny, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't funny. It was fucking pathetic, and it was aggravating that they're that fucking stupid.
What, they're stupid enough to rob somebody with an AK? Or stupid enough to get robbed?
They're stupid to remotely hint that the gun did the fucking robbing and not the guy.
Oh, but the guy was probably black. He didn't do nothing. Right?
I ain't
Don't-
going there.
Don't ever, assume that just because somebody is this or that they aren't a criminal. Right? Yeah. No, if you're a criminal, it doesn't matter what race or denomination you are, you're going to get arrested eventually.
Or killed.
Or killed. So, don't expect your family to bail you out.
That's exactly my plan. Gee, I'm currently training my Super Black Hawk Hunter to go rob banks for me. Just go ahead and go on up there and do it and bring me back the money and you can split. I just ate a Spam sandwich, so I don't want the pizza, but they can bring me money.
We have stand your ground in Texas, and I never really thought about it. Because you can, doesn't mean you should in all circumstances.
No, I mean, if you don't have a legal duty to retreat, you're probably okay, as long as
And I'm a little bit off topic with that, because also what I was thinking about is we have the right to use deadly force in Texas to defend life or property.
Illinois is a
But
little
it doesn't
gray
mean
on
you
that
should.
one.
What's that, Tony?
Illinois is a little bit gray on the property side of it.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have property, right?
Well, you're not allowed to shoot someone on behalf of property. But if you're in the property, like they're trying to burglarize your home, i.e., that's also a direct threat to you. You can't read their mind. Oh, I'm here just for property.
Once they forcibly enter your abode or your vehicle, if you're in it,
they have shown intent.
We can defend property, and I'm not talking about keeping somebody from coming in your house. I'm like, somebody's breaking into your car or whatever. We can use deadly force, but here's the thing. It gets you out of a criminal charge. It does not get you out of a civil case. And so if you get sued, you're screwed.
Yeah, well,
see, now Illinois' concealed carry law does protect us from civil cases.
Yeah, but anybody can file civil charges. It doesn't mean they'll win, but anybody can file.
That is true. We got a well-written concealed carry law for the most part, considering where we are.
I think this country would be well served if we had a more stringent, frivolous lawsuit laws, and judges willing to enforce.
Commenting on Smeggy's comment, that's not true because the guy didn't have permission to be where the body slamming occurred. So he wasn't where he could legally be. If the body slammed you on the fucking pavement, it could create grave bodily harm. But if you're in somebody's home or office uninvited and they get physical with you, you can't shoot them. And not expect to be held responsible because you're not protected. Now, I can't comment to every state on that because each state's laws are written differently, but that is basically the way Illinois is written.
Yeah.
In your home or wherever you're legally able to be.
All right, I'm out for a while. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Later,
man.
Strike.
I'll be back in a few hours.
Strike Y.
Enjoy the burger.
Why?
Dano Just.
All I'm just saying your channel name. Strike Y.
No, it's Strike with a Y.
I like to say strike Y. Why the hell did you do that, damn it?
Because never enough ammo did never enough. That's why. Because I
but
can get
you
away
could
with it.
spell it differently.
Are you still hung up about that? Jeez.
Get it? It's a Y, the letter Y.
Yes, I get it. Thank you.
It's both a letter and a question. It's not too late to change it.
Oh, yes, it is. It is too late. So, I'll see you later.
Yep.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink.
Alrighty. Well, somebody's got to. I have to check that out when he gets back. See how that little software gizmo works.
Which gizmo?
The one that Al's displaying, screen sharing right now.
That mixer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't watch screen share, so I don't know, but I heard talking about it earlier.
Oh, are you on your phone?
I'm on my computer, but it's going through my phone, but I have the chat, text chat up over it.
Oh, okay. No, I heard G-Webs mention it the other day. That's the first time I'm seeing it, and I forgot that it was Al who told G-Webs about it.
He posted links for the stuff.
Did they do like a Gunchannels University thing on it?
No, Al posted a couple links for it on the side chat.
Oh yeah, Night Strike interested in my mixer.
He's gone.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of curious in it too. Could you just, and I realize you explained it to everybody else, and I asked if you had made a little video, and I guess there wasn't.
No, but I was telling Night Strike, I've been working on a channel, and I've got the YouTube set up and stuff. So I was thinking about doing a hangout, showing how to set it all up.
And what does this allow you to do that you cannot do now?
It allows you to route sounds from your computer through the Hangout.
Oh, okay. So if now, does it do only certain file types, like WAV files?
No, it basically takes the audio going through now, and this is Windows, but the audio that's going through your playback device, if you will, and it mixes it with your mic.
So,
and they have a more advanced one that's got more channels, and you can have multiple inputs and all that stuff.
That's okay. But just to make sure I'm understanding this correct, so if I wanted one of these channels to be the intro to the Daily Gun Show, I could do that. And I could have another channel
with
the exit to the Daily Gun Show. Is that how that works?
No, what you do is you just, on Windows, you just play the WAV file.
Yeah, but then I got to stick my microphone in front of my speaker.
No, well, but that's what this does. You don't have to do that with this. For example, I'm sitting here just clicking on a sound clip.
We interrupt this program for an important bulletin.
And all I did was play that on the computer.
Now,
and it routed it through the Hangout.
Of the 4 columns that are in there, what does each column exactly do?
Okay.
I mean, I realize there's descriptions, but I'd just like to hear a description.
Yeah. Going from left to right, the one on the left is my microphone. Okay.
Okay.
The second one I have routed through a virtual audio cable. That allows me to monitor what's coming through the Hangout so that I don't rebroadcast the sound from the Hangout back to the Hangout.
Oh, gotcha. Get an endless loop of sound.
Yeah. The third one is sound coming from your computer.
So if you were to play a sound effect, is the third one where it would register in a bar?
Yeah, exactly. For example, let me pick one here. So did you see the meter flinch when that played? Yeah.
Yep.
And then the AB, A is for audit. In other words, that's what I hear in my headphones. And B is for broadcast. That's what goes out to the Hangout. And then the 2 sliders on the right are just, you can have 2 output devices. You could have on headsets, and then could also have room speakers going if somebody was in the room and you wanted to have headsets and let them hear what you're hearing.
So what would you say was the for you the difficulty level in setting this up on your system?
I watched the YouTube video.
Okay.
And basically just followed along with what that guy did.
Now,
and then it all, after looking at it and everything, it all just kind of made sense.
Okay.
You're using a mixer board like DJs use.
For the most part, did the defaults work, where you just had to alter a few things?
You have to set it up. You have to set your channels. For example, I can go in here and choose, what the various inputs are, and here's my speaker output, whatever.
Right.
And then you also have to, for the Hangout, you have to reroute your playback device through that virtual cable I was telling you about.
Uh-huh.
And then in the Hangout, options. You set the microphone to the output from the mixer,
Instead
and the
of speakers.
speakers to the output from the virtual audio cable. But that's so anyway.
Okay. Tony, you put 2 links in here. Is one for the app and the other one for what?
The virtual audio cable.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're 2 separate applications?
I guess I
Well,
just posted.
one is an the top one is the application. The bottom one is a driver that gets installed on your computer.
Okay, I get that part.
To rewrap things in the computer.
Hey, Knives.
And the name of the program is simply Voice Meter?
Yeah. With 2 E's.
Now, is it a shareware, or like after 30 days, you either have to pay up?
It's a freeware. It's very popular. People have been using it for years. It's very well supported, updated, kept up to date, that kind of good stuff. And like I said, if anybody's interested, I was thinking about doing a hangout, just kind of.
Yeah, I know I'm interested. And thanks, Tony, for those links.
You're certainly welcome.
Now, as far as setting it up, is that something that do you need to be online to do that, or you can just?
No. Once you download and install the software, that's all you need.
Now, if I downloaded the software and started to set it up while I'm in a chat right now, would that probably just screw things up?
Well, I mean, you might lose some audio before you get things set up right. We might lose you before you get things set up right.
Right.
But it's not going to screw anything up,
Okay.
And not hearing us or us not hearing you until it's set up.
Well, I've got the pages marked. Maybe I'll install it later tonight after the show, the daily show.
Yeah, it all sort of started when I heard G-Webs talking about figuring out how to get the audio from YouTube videos to play through the Hangout.
Yeah, because there are certain entertainment sound clips that you're not going to find on Google because they're firearm or gun related. That it would be,
we're just using it for general chat, but say you needed to do a presentation or some training or whatever, and so you needed to, play a video or some sound clips, or say you had a PowerPoint presentation that had some narration to it, all that.
Now, as best you can recall, how long would you say the how-to videos generally are?
I've got let me see. I'm going to paste a link. That is a video I used where the guy actually walks you through how to set it up for Hangouts.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I've got a text document that I use. It just kind of. how to push all the buttons and stuff. It's only a
Right.
few lines long.
Well, it's not that long. It's only like 14, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Folder. So it's called Sound Mixer. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I just call it a mixer. The name of the program is a voice meter, but they call it a virtual mixer.
I'm just putting all these links in a folder so I can find them later on.
And I will say, don't get too caught up reading through the stuff on the software site, because you'll wind up more confused than you are now. Watch
Okay.
the video first.
Oh, watch the video first before I do anything.
And the
Okay.
guy's got a few more videos using that software, but he has that one is specific to Google Hangouts.
Yeah, that's all I'm really looking to possibly use it for.
Yeah.
Because like right now, like I have the intro and outro for the shows, as well as the tactical pop quiz on my phone, and I have to hold my phone up to the microphone. You know.
Yeah, you can
So,
just transfer those to your computer either through a USB cable or through Bluetooth. And,
right.
You just play them on the computer, and it goes through the mixer and that to Hangouts.
Cool beans. I gotta go rinse out my coffee pot. I'll be right back. There's always something to be done.
Right. Yeah.
Shit, I'm about ready for a nap.
Well, I will be here in about 10 minutes. I just ate some leftover bacon. That was probably a mistake.
How can eating bacon be a mistake?
It can't, but you know. Never have enough bacon.
That's right.
But several years ago, I went on that low carb Atkins diet. Drove me nuts. You can have as much meat as you can stand. Vegetables, but no bread, no tomato, no potatoes, yada, yada, yada. Well, if you go feel like Denny's for breakfast. Oh, I can't have toast. Oh, I can't have potatoes. Oh, would you like an extra side? I'll go, yeah, bacon, please. Or I'd go to the truck stop to eat the buffet or order something. And they're like, well, what kind of potato you want? Can't have it. What kind of bread you want? Can't have it. Well, would you like a trip to the salad bar? Sure. I'd have a steak and salad. I pretty much lived on meat and vegetables for like 3 months, 4 months. months, whatever it was.
I've never really been one for any kind of diet.
I tell you what, it worked, and it stayed off for quite a few years after I got off the diet. It has something to do with changing your metabolism or something.
What's up, guys?
Hey, now, what's it?
Knives,
Where's Sean at?
hiding.
Have we done the women of the day?
Angry.
The what?
The lady of the day.
Angry posted.
Are you offering
the
us
other day,
one?
but I
No.
don't remember.
I don't remember. I remember when I first turned it on before I got in the chat, I heard him say something about it, but I don't know if I missed it or whether he just didn't do one.
He did one. I just can't remember what he put. It's been an hour and a half or so ago, something like that. Amanda Cerny. She's a Playboy Playmate.
What's the news right now?
You guys are a real lively bunch.
We've been waiting on you.
Shit.
We've
Listen,
been
listen.
we got dead air for the last 2 hours.
Well, I got one less day to work this week, and I've got a deadline that's one day earlier, so I pretty much have to spell post today. Which is annoying.
What's up, Sean?
Yeah, Amazon waits for nobody. That's the rules here. So what's really funny is they got penalized by Amazon for a short shipment last week, and they were trying to pin it on me, and I was like, you can go fuck yourself. So they had to pay a penalty for a short shipment, and this week is a short week, and they want something that usually takes me 2 weeks to put together in 2 days. And the guy with the broken arm has to do it too. So, needless to say, neither one of us are in a good mood. And where are they? They all took off for lunch. They won't be back for 2 hours. So,
Well, all I can say is I'm sure this is not the first nor the last time that it has been demonstrated where you lie within the organization.
no, it isn't, and it won't be. But I'm not going to deal with it for too much longer.
That's not a bad thing. It's just it is what it is.
Well, no, the thing is I kept this company afloat while it was in its worst days, and the boss's kid was like a toddler practically, and now he's all grown up. He's trying to talk down to me, and I'm not having it. So I was like, I'm not going to listen to some little shit that used to wet his diaper in front of me.
Have you had a private one-on-one with Dad?
If I had a private one-on-one with Dad, he'd be in the hospital.
Well, you can be selective as far as the depth of what you say and the words you choose.
No. See, I've been here long enough not to care anymore. Nope. I'm just going to put in my insurance claim shortly where they tell me I can't work for X amount of weeks, and in that time, I'm going to go find something else to do.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much, I've had my fill. I mean, I've done this for long enough anyway. It's not something I really want to do anymore. So, if you don't enjoy what you do, why keep doing it, right?
I understand that.
Because they pay you.
They don't
Although,
they never
you know,
have.
just a reminder of what I'm sure you know is that there will be a good amount of stress starting any new position, even if it's a significantly better position. It's still stressful.
Sure.
Guys, I'm going to duck out of here a while.
All right, Tony.
All right.
All right, Tony.
I had a really good history of the day, too, but it's over at my other machine. Maybe I'll just email it to you so you can use it tonight. I can work off of memory a little bit. Well, today's theme is Happy Birthday, Dirty Harry, or in this case, Clint Eastwood. Movie of the day is Dirty Harry, which I think everybody knows what that is. The gun of the day is the Smith & Wesson Model 29. And the car of the day, the 1968 Ford Galaxy 500, which would have been his standard issue San Francisco police car.
Those were between boxy and bland.
They were ugly. It's like
I was being nice.
automakers didn't care in the 70s. They really didn't.
Cops never picked a car for the way it looked.
That's true. But I mean, the car in general, Ford, like just automakers in the 70s, they just, aside from Chrysler's muscle cars that were dying off, nobody gave a shit anymore. The best decades for car design was probably the 30s, the 50s, and the 60s. In the 20s, they still like they looked like engine, horse, and buggies. In the 30s, they started going to pretty much all metal construction, like monocoque chassis and things, or frame body on frame. The 40s were sort of interrupted, so you had a lot of cars that weren't made, and then they just remade the 1941 models in 1946. So Cadillac is notorious for that. I think so was Mercury.
Well, I need to run an errand, and then I'm gonna head over to Helga's. Yesterday, I couldn't get enough bandwidth at Helga's to get in the chat.
Yeah, it sounded pretty bad.
Hopefully today it'll be back to normal.
All right, we'll see you soon.
So hopefully I'll catch you at Helga's.
All right. I may be stealth hosting today. Yeah, I'm going to have to get in the habit of setting up the Hangouts before I leave the house. Number one, for a more stable connection. First and foremost. That way I can get all you guys in here while I'm driving to work.
I lost my last customer today, man.
What?
My wife again dog shit. I'm mowing the lawn.
My friend's brother died yesterday.
Shit.
He was a younger brother. He had a stroke at like 36, 35, something like that. She lost her mom 2 years ago, I think. About 2 or 3 years ago. Now her brother died. That's fucked up. Two Johns.
Morning, fellas.
Hey.
Morning.
How's everybody doing today?
Shitty.
Everybody's having a fucked up morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Sean. I heard what you said about the job, and I feel you, bro.
Yeah, and mine's about, like yesterday was pretty good. And, it's like with one hand gives, the other one takes away. And I come into just a mountain of bullshit this morning. Which sucks.
Yeah, I've been there working where the administration themselves were doing whatever the hell they wanted, and the people above them in another location never came by, never did anything based on the complaints they received, based on the number of injuries that occurred on the job. But nobody really came down to check the higher ups. So the higher ups did whatever they wanted, and then the people above me, which were the supervisors below the higher ups in the location, I mean, it's just like everybody do whatever the hell you want, just don't shoot anybody and you're good.
I shut them up pretty quick when I told them, I'm like, I've got this fucking heart condition because of this job. They instantly backpedaled.
And when you're ready to go, you give that to them tenfold. Because if they're gonna let some fisher like that walk all over you because because their daddy is the boss, you let them have it and you get it off your chest. Because you don't need that stress with the condition you have.
Yeah, no kidding.
And I don't care what people think about saying, "Oh, don't burn bridges" or whatever. No, that's your physical health. That's way more important than any job.
Yep. Everybody who's ever left here left on pretty bad terms. Aside from my warehouse dude, it's like we've been here the longest. And we've been the walking wounded for the last couple of weeks.
Right.
I'm already exhausted. And what's really funny is it took an hour just to pull all the parts for this week's order, which is normal, because they're in different places in the building. I don't think they take that into account. They're just like, I need these right now. Right, well, we'll see how that goes. It is what it is.
Yes, sir.
See if I can email my history of the day and shit to my phone real quick. I'll go through those. I think I have it.
Oh, so I ordered those earphones I was talking to you about the other day.
Did you?
The headset.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided not to go with the ones that Best Buy had. So
What'd you go with?
So I gotta wait to. I believe they're supposed to be here between the 5th and the 8th. So I'll let you know how those work out. Is there any reason my photo's on the screen 2 times? I'm not logged in from anywhere else.
It says you're in twice, but it doesn't say why you're in twice.
I don't have another Gunchannels.com window open though.
I don't know.
Huh.
All right, let me go ahead and knock these out.
Computer.
I'm on a computer. I got the
Go ahead
lobby.
and
I got the
knock
lobby.
out my history of the day.
I got the.
Let him speak.
Sean, you're out of here?
Huh?
You're out?
No. I said let me get my history of the day out of the way. I emailed it to myself, so I figured I'd go ahead and do it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So today was a pretty big day in history. In 1859, Big Ben was activated in London. I finished building it. It actually went online today. 1868, the first Memorial Day parade was held in Ironton, Ohio. 1913, the 17th Amendment to the Constitution, providing the popular election of U.S. senators, was declared in effect. Here's the big one. 1916, the Battle of Jutland begins. Jutland, for most of us. This leads to Britain's designing of the HMS Hood, heavily gunned Admiral-class battlecruiser in response to the deficiencies of their ships during this battle. Unfortunately, the ship was completely obsolete to the kind of warfare that it would be facing in World War II, and it was summarily destroyed in 5 shots by the Bismarck, which was sunk several days later. 1944, the USS England, a destroyer that I mentioned last week, scored its 6th Japanese submarine kill in only 13 days. In 1996, Benjamin Netanyahu was appointed the Prime Minister of Israel. In 1997, the year I graduated high school, Rosie Will Monroe, better known as Rosie the Riveter, died. Let's see. In 2003, Eric Rudolph, the longtime fugitive charged in the 1996 Olympic Park bombings, was arrested in the mountains of North Carolina. In 2005, Vanity Fair, this was the gag one that I was talking about earlier, reveals that the formal FBI investigation associate director, Mark Felt, was Deep Throat. Which, if you don't know, this, I believe, was an intel and espionage operation, which led to the Watergate scandal. Anyway, 2014, Sergeant Bo Bergdahl, previously the United States military, was held captive in Afghanistan and is released in exchange for 5 Taliban prisoners held at Guantanamo Bay's Camp X-Ray. Today, there were 10 Medal of Honor citations that were written, and only 1 awarded for Furman L. Smith in 1944 in Italy, who protected wounded soldiers and defended them by himself, killing several soldiers himself, holding the position for almost an hour before he was picked off by an by a German sniper. So he was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. And that is your day in history. Ta-da!
And speaking of Ohio, I believe they have a bill, or they passed a bill already, for constitutional carry without the need of a carry concealed permit.
Did they pass it, or did they just...
There's one. It's in progress. I'm not sure if they passed it yet, but I believe it's going in today, or it passed already. And then also, I believe Wisconsin has one in session today.
They got passed. I think that makes them the 16th state.
I believe so, but I have to check up. I haven't checked the updates yet.
That's progress.
Yep. And
Well, I'm hoping we
Wisconsin,
get
Wisconsin has one, but it's not exactly the same, but it's still constitutional carry with some little minor notices to it, whatever. But I haven't fully read up on it.
It wasn't an out-of-state call today, but now they're getting into a habit of calling with the same suffix phone number as my phone, which is a bit strange. I don't know what the hell AT&T is doing with the do not call list, but I'm getting a lot of weird calls these days.
What's the suffix you're getting?
well,
685. Not
and
the
that's
area
by
code.
you.
the do not call list doesn't block anything. If the person doing the calling has to check it to see if your number is on it, the way I understand it.
And it doesn't seem like a lot of people are checking those lists.
No, I think the lists are just made to show what active numbers are out there, and then they get sold to telemarketers and auto dialers.
Here's a bunch of numbers you're not supposed to call, but here they are.
Right. And obviously, those are the ones that are all active.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one. This is from goods.com. North Dakota Supreme Court invalidates registering order against gun owners.
What was that?
North Dakota Supreme Court invalidates a registering order against gun owners.
Oh,
They
good.
nullified a bill or a law that says that they have to register.
Good.
Essentially.
Which shouldn't have been a bill at all, but at least it's gone now. At least some states are using common sense.
What did they give up to make that choice, though?
Maybe nothing, maybe something. I don't know.
Well, it's always give and take.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, there's probably some kind of under the table horse swapping going on.
Yeah, usually Democrats will get something that'll cost $500 trillion to give the Republicans something small.
I still want to know why they passed a budget that was only good for 4 months and it cost the American taxpayer $1 trillion.
What's another $1 trillion to politicians, right?
People used to have a hard time asking for billions in government. Now $1 trillion just rolls off their tongue.
And all it wrote, well, no, I shouldn't say that.
Well, if you don't tell us, then we won't know.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you guess.
It's like trivia all over again. There's your doppelganger just disappeared. That's the active one. Here, he's back. And
What the hell?
the doppelganger has returned. So the second one is the one he's on. I don't know. Weird. Mine shows two because one's my phone and one's my hosting machine.
It's one of them Microsoft certified technicians checking up on it.
Shit. Micro Skynet.
Yeah, I don't think you were you here when Midnight Strike and Tony was talking about the scam calls.
I get them every now and then. I get these emails these days that say I want a free Amazon Prime account for life. Got this other one yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was like, you can receive a free gift for taking one of these Amazon surveys, and I'm like, okay. So I checked it. It didn't look legit, so I filled out the survey. Right? Didn't even ask for my email address. I'm like, cool. Then I started reading the comments of those who took the survey. And it was like, it just sounded too good to be true. They were like, oh, this was easy. It only took me like 5 minutes. And I got my mom, like, you can pick different offers or whatever. One of them was an iPad at the bottom and it said out of stock. And I'm like, yeah, this is bullshit.
Of course it is. They're all out of stock.
Yeah. And then I actually like traced the sender's email. It was like some fucked up address. And I'm like, yeah, that's so not Amazon. That's the new scam. It's Amazon promotions, offers, and free Prime memberships. What's really funny is they said that the Prime membership's only like $76. They've been charging me like $99 every year, so what the fuck? Unless they just recently lowered it.
Don't think so. I'm too cheap for
So you guys heard about Kathy Griffin?
and I don't buy that much either.
Does she have cancer? Because she looks bad. Physically, she looks terrible.
She does have
No.
cancer with the pictures she's posting.
Right. Like I asked that. There was like a Yahoo News story, and I commented on there because I like trolling the trollers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, does Kathy Griffin have cancer, or am I just ahead of the curve, you know, detecting it faster than her doctors have? She looks like shit.
Yeah, fucking CNN said fuck that shit. The picture after having that mask about Donald Trump and shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's her liberalism cancer striking.
I don't know. She apologized on her Twitter for it. The damage was already done. She's a bitch anyway.
Yep.
Like, I don't understand why Hollywood people feel like we give a shit what they think. You know?
Yeah,
Unless they were
exactly.
expressly asked, unless they were directly asked what they think, nobody cares what they think. I mean, all these famous singers and songwriters and comedy people and movie actors and shit, they're nothing more than just a glorified monkey wearing a fez dancing in front of a little tin cup for your coin. That's all they are. That's what they do for a living. They dance like the little monkey in front of the music box. And until they get put in their place for that, you know, this shit's going to continue. It's like, no, you're the monkey in front of the music box. That's why we pay you. You entertain us.
Amen to that.
You're a paid entertainer.
And you're paid well.
We're not even complaining that you're being overpaid. You're being grossly overpaid. But you know what? It's the price we pay for entertainment. We still don't need your opinion unless we ask for it. And then Vince going to speak, you know, for Second Amendment rights. And we're like, okay, Vince, preach on, testify, brother. We didn't ask for that either. So it works both ways.
I second that, Your Honor.
Pissing on a little girl's leg in front of the bull statue has been removed. Some asshole can put a girl in front of a bull, which illustrates blatant stupidity and risking your own life. That's not empowering women at all.
You mean risking the life of a child?
Well, the thing was supposed to represent the empowerment of women over something as fearsome as a bull market. And what it actually proves is ignorance, being naive, putting your life at risk for no good reason. If you wanted to show that women were in control of their destiny financially and otherwise, she should have been riding the bull. That would show that she's in control. If she can ride the bull, she's in control. So they left that statue up ever since they put it up. Someone's First Amendment rights were exercised and they left it up there. Somebody else decided to put a little pug pissing on her leg and they took that shit down with a quickness. And somebody else's First Amendment rights were trampled on.
That was funny, though.
It was funny. I mean, if there was an explanation of the symbolism behind it, maybe it would take a little bit longer for them, but they still would have took it down.
They should have put the little girl behind the bull taking a crap.
I don't know, man. It's like, that is symbolism failure right there, and yet we left it up there, and everyone bought into the hype. It's just
not
this
us,
thing is going
the
to
liberals.
gore you and trample you and kill you and make you a statistic. But
That's what Democrats want. They want victims. They don't want symbolism.
I guess. I saw a picture of Hillary Clinton standing at Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen's graduation.
Oh my God, those two girls look like they're 90 years old.
A robe?
Yeah, I don't know if it was college or high school, right? But she was standing in between
spoke
them,
at some college.
and it said, "Where are they now, Hanson?" I was like, "Oh God, that's horrible."
Those two girls look like they're 90 years old.
One of them does because she's got a fucking drug addiction, and the other one,
I don't know.
Is she married to like some fucking 50-something-year-old dude?
I don't know, but they look like they've been around way before the 80s.
Yeah. Well, child stars don't always grow up to be regular stars, I guess.
No, they do not.
Like Raven Simone, like the girl that played Rudy on The View?
Right.
Was it Rudy?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, what did she do between The Cosby Show and The View that kept her this relevant this long?
Is she still relevant?
She's on The View.
Yeah, so she's not relevant. That's the whole point of The
relevant to all
View.
those millions of people who watch her. I don't know. When Barbara Walters retired, I remember she said something like, "This is the beginning of the end of television as we know it," or something like that. Because it was
And she was right.
Garbage. She's right. It's like, when was the last time Whoopi Goldberg was relevant before she was on The View? Her acting career.
What movie did she do back in early 2000s? She did a movie.
Sister Act.
Sister Act. Yeah, that was the last time, I believe.
Yeah, it's like, I don't remember her agent blowing up her portfolio after that. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you still relevant? Why do people care what you think?
She's not. That's why she's on The View.
The audience for that show is massive. It's a ratings juggernaut. That's why it's still around. And then, like, what's her name? Joy or something, Behar or whatever. She's on the show because she's just loud. It's like,
It's only nothing to do with being relevant.
Yeah, like, we're gonna give you a host that's a stereotypical female in New York. I think that's the way they wanted to put that. It was like it was a sketch thing. It's like I honestly I wouldn't want to piss her off, but it still doesn't make her any less of a bitch in public, you know?
Right. Totally agree.
New York gets a lot of bad press for like the reputations of the people or whatever. But most of the people I know from there are nice. It's just when you catch somebody that's in a hurry, or if they're tired of dealing with people that are from out of state or out of country or whatever, you know, they're frustrated too. They got things to do. But by and large,
And I'm back.
Yeehaw.
A lot of noise at the moment, so I'll mute myself.
Oh, Sean, I just remembered I have to make a call. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
Catch you guys later.
All right.
Sure, I get here and everybody leaves.
I'm just trying to mentally
we're here.
process how fast I have to put all this shit together.
We're just sitting here listening to Sean Screw.
I don't, you know, my memory may be a little weak, but I don't think that's what it sounds like.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't sound good. I don't think I'm in any condition to find out either. I have become one of those people with heart conditions should not engage in sexual activity with anyone else. Fuck. Really? These are the best years of my breeding life.
So, Sean, do you have any best guesses as to when you think you might get a note from your doctor?
My new card should be arriving either today or tomorrow, which is awesome. I got a new prescription this weekend. The pills are 4 times the size of the original ones. They work great. So we'll go from there, play it by ear. My next appointment will probably be scheduled tomorrow.
Okay, so the soonest.
My mental deadline is to literally get medically put out of work. That's my goal right now.
Right.
For far too long, I drive by the Social Security office of perfectly healthy people using the system, and it pisses me off to no end. But now, maybe I'll actually get that system to work for me for a little bit, just through my insurance.
And it's unfortunate that there is, and I don't know what the percentage is because we just see examples. We don't know what the totality is of people that abuse the system versus thank God the system's there.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like,
those
I'm
sorts of people
not able
who
to claim Social Security. It's just my insurance covers me for $50,000 if I have to miss work. So it's like my doctor says I have to miss 6 weeks of work. I'm gonna take 6 weeks off of work.
Right.
And in that time, I'm gonna look for another job because I've more or less had my fill.
Now, I'm not asking any details, but are you in a position, dollar-wise, where you could take a cut for a better position, less stressful?
No. I got to make more than I make now because I've been underpaid. I'm underpaid as it is.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were just looking for a less stressful position or something else.
Now, if I wanted a less stressful position, I've got one waiting for me. Like my local gun shop will hire me on the weekends, but it's just not going to pay the bills. So I didn't take it.
No, but something you might want to think about, and I don't know if it'll come along or not, is disability to a certain amount, and it's different for every person.
Oh yeah, and then part-time it?
Does part-time.
Yeah.
But it's not based off of hours or days. It's based off of dollars, gross dollars.
Yeah, the same thing happened to my dad right before he retired. He had to go on disability for a little bit, and they covered him up to a certain amount. And then they were like, okay, now that you have this, you can only make so much per year. And so he found a job that paid accordingly that still did what he did for a living. See, I deal with a lot of people that don't know how to talk to people. forgot how. Like, for instance, I tell my mother this constantly. I'm like, you don't know how to have a conversation with people anymore. Like, I think you've forgotten that important social skill, because she always starts off yelling at people. And it's almost the same thing with my boss and his kid. It's like, instead of asking for specifics of what happened on a certain day, they'd rather just stir up a bunch of shit and then get your stress up. And then when you explain to them your situation or why something went down the way it went down, then all of a sudden they calm the fuck down. But you're already all worked up, so you get to deal with the bullshit.
Right, and your body doesn't know whether it's good stress or bad stress. All it knows is it's being stressed.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
whether
like they
it's
were trying to tell me that we got penalized because it was my fault. And I'm like, how is it my fault? And they were like, well, you didn't finish the to-do list last week. And I said, I did finish the to-do list last week. I said, I went to the warehouse, and my warehouse guy told me that he was doing the last 12 of last week's thing, because I had a lot of local things to do. So he told me just to focus on that. So I'm like, and it got done. So I don't know why it was late. And I said, and it probably wouldn't have been late if you guys didn't decide to fucking fly off on vacation, because then you would have been on top of it.
Yeah, and that's the difference. If you're paid to do, A through C, versus if you're paid to do it and oversee the project, those are two different pay grades.
They decided their little fucking weekend getaway was more important than making sure the trucks came on time.
Well, that's how businesses go through difficult times or possibly fail.
All I know is the boss's kid lost this company more money in 3 hours one time than me and the warehouse guy combined in 15 years. And it was water off the duck's back.
Did you ever have to sign a non-competitive clause?
No. Matter of fact, I came from one of his competitors in the first place. Nope.
Well, I'm just, obviously it takes some financial assets which may not be available, but maybe there's a sliver of the pie that might not cost as much to get into, and simply drive your own ship, captain, so to speak.
Now they're building a new, it's $1 billion facility, about 15 minutes from my house. It's a new Amazon center, like a fulfillment center type thing. I think I'm gonna look into that. Just go corporate. Fuck it. At least then I don't have to.
You know what?
Clerical stuff.
It does kind of surprise me. And granted, I don't know the company, nor am I asking you to tell me about it while we're alive. Is that you do the batch runs you do in 1800s assembly style?
Yeah.
I does it from beginning to end, rather than getting 5, 8 guys, whatever it takes, to do it in a line.
Well, there's just no room for it, to be honest. Besides, I mean, this is something I just do as an auxiliary thing.
Right.
And then what's really funny is I do it as an auxiliary thing, and then they put deadlines on top of the auxiliary. And I'm just like, I'm not even supposed to be doing this.
Now, how long ago was it? Was it just Thanksgiving that was your first health symptom?
Yeah, this all started just in November.
God, it's only been 6 months. It just, wow.
I've been dealing with this physically for 6 months. It's maddening. For some people, it's maddening. I don't know. Nowadays, I have my good days and my bad days just off it. Usually,
Right.
It's like all the time a problem. But yesterday, I was like perfectly fine. Today, I'm the complete opposite. And I still have to get the shit done. So
Yep. Well, Do you mind driving in medium to slightly heavy traffic?
I do it every day. I live in the fourth largest city in the country.
Well, I mean, in regards to, I mean, it really would just be a bridge thing, but whether it be Lyft or somebody else.
I was going to say, I think I know where you're going with this. Lyft is about to reactivate in my area at 2 o'clock today. Actually, in an hour. They're going to be allowed to come back and do what they do. I've considered it.
I mean, it's what you gain in flexibility is what you lose as far as overall dollars, but the flexibility can't be beat for turn it on for when you need it and turn it off when you're done.
Right, that is convenient. It's like you're the fate of your own destiny at that point.
Yes. And the only requirement, at least, is you have to have one ride per month to maintain your account. Now, of course, you know, every market's different as far as the best hours, you know, to drive. Some areas they're more prone to tip than other areas. Like in my area, very rarely tip. Maybe 10% or less actually tip. And believe me, I'm glad if I thank people profusely if I just get $1. And I try to make a point to say, no, you don't understand how rare it is that people tip their Uber drivers. That's why I'm very appreciative of just $1.
Right.
I mean, but it's just something that's out there. Just keep in mind that it does a few weeks to get in the system, so to speak. If you do want to just throw it out there as an option.
Yeah, and our area has a different kind of background check system too. That's why they were allowed to come back, because they complied finally.
Yeah, wasn't it that the city refused them because they wouldn't do fingerprints?
I think that was it.
And Uber did the same thing.
Yeah, I think that.
And it was basically, it's not because it's that means that every city could then cost them, and suddenly, because they have millions of drivers.
Right.
And when you're talking about, you know, $50 to $60 to $70, depending on the area, to get fingerprints, and you're talking about 1 million drivers, it's a good piece of pie.
Oh yeah, I like the whole idea of basically putting cab companies out of business. I kind of like that.
But also, like when Z was first doing it, I had talked to him about it, and he bought a car. And I said, well, as long as you're not buying it for the purpose of Ubering, that's fine. I said, but do not buy a car because it's not worth it. It doesn't pay that much.
Right.
But if you have a car that's either paid for or you're already committed to anyway, then it might be worth considering. Yeah. Now, but you don't want to get, and I mentioned to him, don't get yourself into a situation where because that eliminates the major benefit of doing it. And that's the flexibility.
Yeah, I think I have 5 more payments left on my card.
Yeah, I
need
mean,
to find
for me,
that out, because it's either 5 more or it's 17. I can't remember.
Yeah, for me, what you know, the drive-in does is it frees up money for my hobby, and I'm able to do things like a training class, you know, the hotels, the gas, the food, buying other, you know, I bought my first. That actually didn't have a purpose for me in particular, other than just it's fun to shoot. Different. It's also the first. It's not the first. I take that back. It's currently the only all-steel one that I have.
Tokarev?
Yes. Everything else I have has a polymer frame.
Heavy metal is serious business. been officially going on an hour. Amazing.
Well, I thought you said they'd be gone for 2.
To their credit, I mean, I've got to be fair. When they work, they work. It's like my boss is usually the last guy out of the shop every day. Sometimes he stays here till like 9 o'clock at night. This
Yeah.
isn't exactly the nicest neighborhood, but he comes in.
But on the other hand, he's in charge of his own financial destiny. When times are good, he reaps the greatest reward for that.
Exactly.
And
He's
that's
always on vacation, not us.
Yeah, and he's the one who deserves it. He's the owner. That's as long as he doesn't screw up his own business model.
Oh no, his kid did that twice. We almost put him out of business because he screwed up with Amazon.
He screwed up what?
He screwed up our account with Amazon one time, and we almost, like, my boss almost had to shut down the shop because he figured the financial hit that he was about to take he couldn't recoup from. He put all his eggs in one basket at the time.
Yeah, I know there are companies that do that, and I always thought that, that's a really bad business model.
Yep, and he furloughed like everybody but me and the warehouse guy. And then say a week later, I guess they blew somebody in Amazon, but they got our account working again.
Right.
And they've been on pins and needles ever since.
I've seen similar things with companies worked for in regards to Walmart, AutoZone, where they just buy in mass. And it's like, if and they don't view them as you're giving them quality, although they demand it. They're viewing them as bananas. A banana is a banana is a banana. If I want 1,000 bananas, I want 1,000. If I want 10,000, I want 10,000, and I want them all tomorrow. So basically, they shifted the just-in-time delivery system onto all of their suppliers.
Oh, yeah.
Because the only way that you can go from 100 today to 10,000 tomorrow is to inventory the product someplace. Supplier is doing the warehousing.
Well, Amazon's become overbearing in the sense that originally the way that they did it was whatever they needed, you sent them, and then when they ran out, the orders would automatically go to you directly as a seller, which that worked out fine. Now, to cover their bases, they order more than they can sell, so that way they never have to give us the direct business.
Right.
And then what happens is they distribute it across all their different warehouses, their fulfillment centers, and then they charge us storage, which is asinine. And then if it sits in storage for more than, I think, 6 months, they send it back and charge you that too. And it's like, well, you guys ordered all this shit. You should have ordered it based on your sales.
Back in the early 90s, and this is both of my memory as a consumer, as well as when I worked for companies that directly served retailers, was when they started demanding, they being, whether it be Sears, whether it be Walmart, whether it be AutoZone, whether it be Farm and Fleet. I mean, we served a number of retailers that we actually did their on-floor merchandising, to where our truck drivers had to come in and set up the products on the shelf, rotate the products, and then do any signage.
Oh, you did the planograms for them.
Yes, and it was a way of cost shifting the cost, again, from them having their own employees do it the way that they want it done to, again, the contractor. We can reduce hours in the store by forcing for the exact same price, or we'll find someone else to do that for us, to stock our stores, to rotate the stock, to put up special signage.
Well, I just took my pill an hour early. Which is fine, I guess.
Well, what are the symptoms if you overlap them too much?
There are none. The it's all nothing. It's crazy. If I take more than the dosage, I feel even better.
I mean,
But
do you get
it's a finite
lightheaded?
amount.
Do you get lightheaded, indigestion, a headache?
The only thing that I've noticed ever since I started taking these was I drink a lot more water now. Makes me a little thirstier.
You're taking blood pressure pills?
I take a cholesterol pill called simvastatin in the morning, once a day. And then I take this thing called amlopidine bacillate, it's called. It's supposedly some kind of calcium blocker, but what it also does is it opens up all your arteries and blood
Yeah.
vessels.
That's the one that's making you feel that way. Because I take the statin also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when I put the amlopidine in my mouth, it's dry. It feels like one of those wafers a priest would give you, and it just takes all the moisture out of your mouth. But I guess it has to be like that because it's quick dissolving, and it works within like 3 minutes after I take it.
Nice.
So
At least it's quick.
yeah, like I'll feel a lot better here in a couple of minutes because I just took one. But the pharmacy screwed up. They gave me a pill that was 4 times bigger than the last dosage. And I gotta tell you, man, that shit was way better now.
Listen, as long as you feel better, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I used to take the smallest dosage allowed because I guess they were experimenting with it. And then now they give me the biggest dosage, you know, or the biggest pill that they make. But they still only have me take it once.
You mean experimenting with you?
Yeah, because they need to know, you know, how it's going to react to each person individually. So they always start the smallest and they work their way up.
I mean, I've started pills at 5 milligrams, and now I'm up to like 50 milligrams on them. So
yeah, this comes in 2.5, 5, and 10. These are definitely 10s. They're massive compared to the original ones.
I got a couple that are 10 milligrams, and those are the maximum.
Yeah, they don't come bigger than this. But they told me that in bad cases, or in really bad cases, you take 2 at a time instead of 1 at a time. I'm like, oh, okay, so I take 20.
Well, I have one pill I am allowed to take up to 3 times, but not anymore because one of the pills I take have been known to it may cause death, and it has caused death in some people who have abused alcohol with it and who have taken too many. So I'm only allowed to take 3 of those pills, but no more.
The Tiger Woods effect. Don't take this while drinking alcohol.
Exactly.
Up on the side of the road.
Without your prostitute.
With flat tires and the right turn signal on.
And your wallet empty.
He looked like shit.
Yeah. He definitely gained 30 years in that picture.
But the story did finally unfold and cleared the air. He wasn't drunk. He had no alcohol in the system. I think his body just reacted to a new type of pill because he had back surgery. So they probably gave him something really strong that just put him down.
Yeah.
And told him not to
drive. Seen several medications advertised for on TV where at the very end, very quietly, they mention the side effects.
Yeah.
And they mention the possibility of death.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Like, they never used to do that.
Yeah, I mean, now I understand if that's what it is, that's what it is, but you ought to be in deep need.
Like, anybody who wants to quit smoking, don't fucking take Chantix ever.
Yeah. I took it.
Yeah.
Like, everybody who I've known who's taken it says that the side effects that say suicidal tendencies is absolutely true. I'm like, you got to be shitting me, man.
Yeah.
I never had that, but it didn't help me quit either.
They the last time I tried to quit smoking, which I was successful, they gave me an antidepressant, which in a pill it was Wellbutrin.
Yeah,
and now it may go by other names, but I know they've given those mental health type pills for quitting smoking, and I gotta tell you, it's and toes, but between psychologically as well as my wife at the time, because we both had to quit. You just can't have one person quit.
Right.
It was able to stick, and now it's been, just short of 20 years.
Oh, God bless you.
No, I consider myself lucky.
Yeah, I just fucking cold turkeyed it. I'm like, fuck it. I started by choice, I can end by choice. And yeah.
I cold turkey, like addicted. I was able to go cold turkey maybe twice, but then let's say somebody would pass on, and at the funeral or the viewing, so to speak, that would break me down.
Oh yeah, I'd cheat every now and then, but like I haven't bought a pack of cigarettes for probably 10 years.
Yeah, but I can't cheat. I'm either smoking like a chimney or I'm not. There is no in between for me. I am fully addicted even right now. It's all psychological. I get that, but I have to, say that to myself as that's how I proactively keep from going back.
Yeah.
Now, other people smoking around me doesn't bother me. In fact, the fact that it's a little bit disgusting, I think is good. Because it kind of because I don't want to be attracted to it.
I could never do it indoors, even when I was a smoker, because I couldn't stand the smell in the house. I know it sounds weird, but like I couldn't stand the smell on my clothes or in the house, so like I always went outside. It was easy back then because at one time I was in between jobs, and I was literally just chilling out at the house. I was going to school full time, and I was in between 2 semesters of school. So it ended up being the perfect time for me just to kind of hobbit or to hermit up for a couple of weeks. By the 3rd week, I was perfectly back to normal. But I tell you what, that 2nd week, I was ready to freaking kill anybody. I was just in the mood. But to get over it. The reason I quit the most recently for good was because I had a friend who used to work here, and I can't remember what the condition is called, but his lungs literally looked like gingerbread. That's how fucked up he was. But he went in and they put him in a medically induced coma because he had a clot in his lung, and he never came out of the coma. And I'm like, that's pretty serious.
That's sad.
And I had a couple of friends that got diagnosed or died from lung cancer, and I'm like, yeah, I think my childhood habit is over.
That's sad.
It happens. I put 900 miles on my car on Sunday, by the way.
Damn.
Yeah.
900 miles when?
Sunday.
All in one day?
All in one day. I visited 5 graves and 5 families.
Damn, you drove like 15 or 16 miles in one day. No, I'm sorry. You drove about 15 or 16 hours.
Yeah, it was an all-day affair. Like I visited 5 graves, and then I went to go visit their families because I grew up with them. And then the longest trip was about 2 hours west of Austin because they moved. So that was the last trip I made. That's what really put the miles on.
What's also kind of crazy is you drove that kind of miles and probably never left Texas.
Yeah. Here in Texas, we don't measure places in miles ever. We always measure how many hours it takes to get there.
I'm up by Dallas, and if I go west on vacation, it's like 12 hours to get out of the state.
Well,
yeah,
the hour thing.
The Panhandle of Florida. If you drive east, you can get to the Panhandle of Florida from Houston faster than you can to get to El Paso.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What the hell?
The Panhandle of Florida is a shorter distance than El Paso is.
From where I'm at, it's like 560 miles to El Paso.
Yeah, because you get a straight shot east, right? You don't have to come down to I-10.
Yeah.
Yep. It's crazy. There used to be this sign that I'd pass by every day. It said, El Paso, 810 miles. I'm like, not today.
Holy crap, I didn't know it was that much different.
Oh, yeah.
So what's the difference? What's the mileage, let's say, from Brownsville up to whatever the tippy top? What do you call that? The Panhandle, the big smokestack?
It's almost the same distance north to south than it is east to west.
Yeah.
Really?
It's pretty close.
And roughly what is that?
About 900 and something miles.
Okay.
Something like that. I don't know. Like I said, we measure things in hours, so usually when I talk about El Paso, it's like 14 hours.
Well, what I was going to say is I've noticed that that's actually more of a city thing, because as an example, in Chicago, you can be 1.5 miles from someplace and have it take 20 minutes to get there.
Oh, yeah.
So in urban areas, it's almost always measured by time, not distance.
Right.
I've spent 45 minutes in Austin just going down to the next exit,
Yep.
half a mile
And
away.
of course, New York City is only worse.
I remember this one time we were at Galveston Island, which is about an hour away from my house. But we spent the day there, and then on the way home, you come back the way you go, and the bridge across Galveston Bay was closed because on the other side of the bridge, on the state mainland side, there was a rollover accident and a double fatality. So they shut down the highway for like 5 hours, and we were all just sitting there in this massive line from Galveston Island all the way to where this accident was. And people got sick and tired of it. So what we started doing is everyone get out of their cars, and whoever bought barbecue grills, we started lighting grills. We were playing like flag football on the side of the freeway for 4 hours.
That's too funny. What's the average highway speed in Texas?
Probably 70, but there's parts that you can do 85 now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Now, Sean, I got to ask you, how is your back after driving all those miles? Doesn't that like destroy your lower back?
Well, I didn't take the Fiat.
You stop and take a break.
No, I didn't.
Not in one day.
I took the BMW in Sunday, which already has 192,000 miles on it, but it's still a nice place to sit. So it's got heated seats, and I just flipped those on when I start to feel a little heat on the backside, and it's perfectly fine. It's got like an aerial lumbar thing that I can adjust, and then I put an electric like vibrating element on the lumbar, like behind the seat. I just flip a switch, and then it's heated, so it was fine.
Because unless I'm driving to a place where I know I can like spend the next day flat on my back, I can only go about like when I drive for money about 5 hours, 5.5, and then I gotta go home.
Yeah, see, I want to spend some of my downtime. If I have to miss work, I want to spend some of my downtime. We were going to go to Mackinac Island because my dad's got a family that's pretty close to there. So I figured it would be like a nice little driving vacation type thing. Go visit them and then have my mom and dad go to Mackinac for the day. And I'll probably go see like Spanky and like Kid. But I was planning on making that trip in one day.
Were you think you were going to drive up to Mackinac in one day?
Well, what was going to happen was, the way I got this figured is we're going to leave Houston at 3 in the morning. And I was going to let my dad drive the first leg of the trip until he got to like pretty close to the border in Nebraska. And then I would just marathon the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
2 drivers. Because he's driven from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin all the way back to Houston in a day. He's done that twice.
How many years ago?
Probably 25 years ago. And he drove a little Aries K car with a bench seat that had, he said his ass hurt so bad when he got home.
Yeah. They made that car in Belvedere, Illinois.
Yep. It was a good car. I mean, it was cheap, but it was a good car.
Oh yeah, well yeah, and that was for a while. That was Chrysler's rebirth in the late '70s.
Every car looked like one.
That and the little Horizon, which was like the little economy car, and then you had one. And then if you wanted a 4-door for a family, then you got like the Aries, and of course they were all K cars.
Well, see, my dad had the Aries, the 2-door, and then my friend's dad had the Caravelle, which was a 4-door, and then my friend had a LeBaron 2-door.
Yeah, and the Caravelle is not to be confused with the minivan.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a car. It was goofy looking though. It looked like like a big pregnant turtle almost.
I know. I went on vacation back in the '80s, a family vacation, and we got a Caravelle, and I thought it was a caravan, not a Caravelle. And I'm thinking, yeah, we could fit 6 people. It's like, no, you can't fit 6 people in this car.
Yeah. Like if you ever look at the best way for me to compare it is if you took like a Grumman Wildcat fighter plane, and then you set it next to like an SB-2C Helldiver, they both look like fighter planes. Just one of them looks so much bigger, and it's actually a dive bomber. And I'm like, yeah, that's the Caravelle. It's like it looks like a gigantic bloated Aries, more or less.
Right.
I drove Plymouth Arrow, little hatchback.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what's really scary though? I have never seen another LeBaron or Caravelle or Aries anywhere in Houston, not even in junkyards. It's like they just all died and disappeared.
Well, a lot of them, they did tend to suffer from rust.
Yeah.
Premature rust, as compared to other cars that were driven up north here during the same time.
I can't even find them on eBay.
Well, the other thing is, and why would someone save one other than it just kept running?
As a warning to humanity not to build another one. That's the Top Gear joke.
I mean, it's like I had a 73 Ford Maverick with a 6-cylinder engine straight, 200 cubic inches.
Oh, I had one of those.
I like those.
And the question is not that they were bad cars, but why would anyone keep one over the decades unless it just was free transportation that ran and didn't break?
Well, Mavericks were nice because you can yank out that 6-cylinder, put in like a 302, and it was a nice car.
Yeah, but it still had crappy suspension.
Yeah.
And it was a 302. I mean, that's all it would ever be.
Well, you know what it was? The Maverick was actually Ford's import response to the Capri in England. It was roughly the same car. Where, like, the Mustang was originally a Ford Falcon undercarriage with a different body on it. And they made the pony car.
Yep.
And in England, they took the Cortina, which is basically our version of the Falcon back then, and then they built a hatchback version they called the Capri. And then I guess sales were good enough to where they thought they were selling in the States, and they sold them as Mavericks. I mean, they weren't terrible. I mean, by today's standards, you can modify the hell out of them now and make a really nice car.
I mean, I could fit 5, me and 4 other friends in it.
Yeah.
Granted, the 3 people in the back seat were a little tight. But, when you're talking about free transportation as teenagers, nobody complained.
Right, we just took what you
It's
got.
like, if you have a complaint, go get your own car.
Exactly.
In the early 90s, I was still driving the Maverick. And got rear-ended one morning going to work. The guy hit me hard enough that my glasses were on the dash. The cap I was wearing was on the rear deck of the back seat. And I was like, oh, crap. I just had a wreck. On my way to work, 40 miles from home, so now I got to deal with all that wrecker, get the car back and all that stuff. And I looked in my side view mirror, and the guy was like in a late model Buick Century or something like that. I don't remember exactly. The whole front end tore off the car, and I was like, oh, crap. I got out, walked around to the back of the car, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, there's no damage.
What?
There was a dent about the size of my thumb right in the center of the back bumper. There was hardly a scratch on that car. It was all steel bumper, whole 9 yards.
Well, but that era was the beginning of the end of cars being meant to take a beating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bumpers actually did something.
Not nowadays, a shopping cart will total a car.
I'm actually surprised they didn't total my Fiat when I had my accident back in December. It cost, I think they charged my insurance $2,900 to fix it. They did a good job. It's just.
I'll tell you something else they knew how to do back then, and that was paint cars. That old Maverick, it could get all dusty and dirty, and I mean, I could let it go a year without washing it. I could wash that thing, throw some wax on it, and buff it.
I know exactly where you're going with this.
Brand new paint.
You know what the difference is between paint then and paint now?
No.
Single stage paint. There was no clear coat on the Maverick. They painted the color with thick enamel paint, and then because I got an old BMW like that. There's no clear coat. It's an '87 model,
and I haven't washed it in 3 years. I went outside one day, I washed it, I hit it with rubbing compound, I turtle waxed it, and it looked like a brand new car.
Yeah.
But you know, it's funny you mention that because during the 70s, I worked. One of my part-time jobs was at a car wash, and we had a car come through one day where the hood, it was like there was some somewhat shiny parts after we washed it, but then there was this area in the center that it looked like there was a layer of something missing.
Yeah.
And it was all like a flat color instead of a semi-gloss.
That's where the clear coat vanished off of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is like 1977.
Yeah. Some automakers
78.
use it. GM got in a lot of trouble in the 90s because they used a water-based clear coat or primer, and the paint jobs of cars of like say 88 to 95, paint jobs were shit.
But the owner of the car wash, because I called her over to take a look at it, told me that that was a result of two things. One is leaving it in the sun all year round, and then never, ever waxing it.
Yep. That's true.
That wax
One thing that
was
a lot
required.
of people don't realize is wax actually fills in all the little micro cracks inside the clear coat. Like if you ever saw a car with all the clear coat peeled off, like it flaked off like dead skin,
yeah,
the base coat color looks like shit. It's always dull because the clear brings out the shine.
Right, and that's kind of how it looked. It looked like you could reach out and just peel it off with your fingers.
Yep.
Because I was afraid the customer was going to complain.
Now, most of those people, they know what it's going to look like when it comes out.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't. I just asked them if they could hold on a minute. I wanted to double check something.
Yeah, I had an RX-7 that had a clear coat, and the heat of the engine cooked the hood, and I would always have to hit it with like color match wax, so the white discoloration of the flaking clear coat would disappear. But then, like the red color of the color match wax never really shined just right, so it kind of had a dull finish. Hated it.
Do you recall how far as like horsepower or torque the rotary engines actually ever got?
I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of about 100, maybe 140 to 160. I had a naturally aspirated one, so it wasn't turbocharged, and it was dog slow.
Yeah.
I had no red line.
Yeah, I remember my cousin's husband had a Mazda RX-3. It may not have been an RX-3, but it was a Mazda, and 3 was for 3 combustion chambers.
I love those.
And it was incredibly weak.
Yeah, back then it was carbureted.
I mean, and I'm comparing it to other weak cars.
Yeah, and they weren't they weren't fuel efficient at all.
And it was a stick shift too. Sorry, I mute myself.
Yeah, everyone kept trying to make the rotary work. Matter of fact, Germany, I think, actually did the first one. They made a car called the RO80.
The Winkle.
So many times.
The Winkle.
Yeah, they had a lifetime warranty on the engines, but the company went bankrupt because of how many times they had to swap out engines. People would actually, in Germany, people would drive on the side of the road, and if they passed another RO80, they would hold up how many fingers they would hold up fingers, like 2, 4, whatever, as they drove by instead of waving. And literally what they were telling each other was how many times they had the engine replaced under warranty. I remember my dad told me he saw a guy
another problem
showed 10 fingers.
Another problem they had with those engines, and I don't know if it was just the first generation or how far along it went, was where they went, for some reason, with dissimilar metals. Then electrolysis set in.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that killed the lifespan of the engine.
Oh, yeah. Apex seals were an absolute nightmare. Even my 91, I had so many seals replaced in that. It was a shit car. I hated that car. I overheated it and cracked the block one day, hoping my dad would just let it go. No, he put another engine in it. It took him 4 months. Then he had to bring it in 2 weeks later because guess what? The Apex seals failed already. It was insane. Hated that piece of shit. Loathed that car. And then my friend turned around and bought one. I'm like, you're an idiot. He bought one. His was a stick, non-turbo. It ran the day he bought it, and it never ran the day after. Like, it never ran again. I'm like, you're an idiot. Sat in his driveway for like 3 years. He's like, I'm gonna fix it. I'm like, no, you're not. So go ask any shop what an Apex seal replacement costs on that, because they got to pull the engine, pull it completely apart, steam it, put it back together. Nobody knows how to work on rotary engines in the United States. Not then. Not back then. No way. Shitbox. They're talking about bringing them back. Mazda just applied for a new patent for some sort of, I want to say it was like stop-start technology for the rotary engine or some shit.
You know,
they've got a
some of
concept car.
yeah, I'm curious whether they'd be going for efficiency or what they're going for.
They're not efficient engines. They're historically they burn more fuel and create more emissions than a standard piston engine. That's one of the reasons they did away with it, because they couldn't, after the third generation RX-7, it couldn't comply with the new U.S. emission standards at the time, so they had to stop selling them here. And if they weren't going to sell them here, they weren't going to sell them anywhere, so they just stopped making them.
1995 was the last one.
Yeah, it was a good-looking car. It was
Oh, yeah.
shitty.
They had nice styling. It's just a crappy engine.
Yeah, I mean that was to directly compete against the Toyota Supra too. Which there's a new one of those coming. It's gonna be a rich man's plaything, but whatever. I hate that. The average American blue-collar hero can't buy a fucking muscle car like he used to. Not without a mortgage or a divorce. That sucks. That's another thing that really annoys me. It's like, one day my boss was like, why does it take you so long to put together this machine? And I'm like, well, maybe if I didn't have to build it and then take the whole fucking thing back apart because there's something wrong with the cases you bought, it'd do them faster. Like, I just had to repave the same road twice on the
So let me ask a question to everybody that's here. Is there anything that came out, let's say in the last 12 months, or is slated to come out in the next 6 months, either via SHOT Show or NRA, that has caught your eye? If so, what is it and why?
Mine was the Hudson H9, which I do have a deposit on. I don't know. It's like, it looks like an Arsenal Strike 1 in a 1911 had dirty prison sex, and that's what came out. So.
Now, is that the one with the built-in suppressor?
No, that's the Maxim 9. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. So I've not heard of Hudson, the company, or is it somebody else that makes it?
They're here in Texas. They basically made one of the lowest bore axis 9mm pistols out there.
Well, I thought the Coracal out of United Arab Emirates was the lowest.
Might be, but I mean, is it mass marketed like this is supposed to be?
Well, the first 6 months it was all the rage because of the lower bore axis, and the guy that designed it was an engineer out of Glock.
Yeah. Well, I know the Strike 1 was pretty darn low too at the time. The PX is respectively low too.
Looks like the vacuum's about to go on, so I'll have to let you guys answer this on your own.
Yeah, mine was the Hudson H9. I actually put my money where it is, but I don't suspect I'm going to get one. Because they said
There's a shockwave.
if they hold your deposit for more than 6 months, they give you your money back. So, this is like...
Get a shockwave?
No, they're all out. They're still all out. Like, you can't even get them.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Anybody else?
Nope.
Yeah, but I can't remember.
Was that a Kimber joke just now? I can't remember.
I'm dead serious, man. I thought of one the other, looked at one the other day. And I'm like, well, I'll tell you what, let's see. Like, what is it?
May have been officially gone for an hour and a half. But hey,
I
we
think
had
I
that one.
remember a review who was on it going. He really liked it. I can't remember which one it was. Let's see if I can remind myself here. Videos. Yeah, I like that Beretta.
So how many hours has the boss been gone?
I heard you, Dan. I think you just off doing something.
So Al, did you remember your what caught your eye?
Yeah, that new Beretta. Yeah, with the
Is that like
ATX.
the Nano?
Oh, now I gotta go look again. The APX.
Is that the one that Moon has?
I don't know if it's on the shelves yet or not. Let me do a screen share here.
You know, one thing about the Google Hangouts on a PC or laptop versus, let's say, on your phone, is I wish there was a way to dial down my bandwidth. Oh yeah, the APX. Yeah, that's a duty size gun.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Which I'm considering. Since I bought the compact to conceal if I need to, and then I wind up wearing outside the waistband. So I'm like, maybe I'll have a full size something, you know.
So have you seen the dimensions of it as far as compared to, let's say, a Glock 26?
Oh, let me see here. Hickok did a comparison, but I don't remember any of the details. Oh, dang it.
What do they seem to be going for at the local shops?
I don't know. I don't know if they are for sale yet or not. Let me see here. I see one here listed for like $4.80 to retail. The list price is like five and a quarter, something like that.
Man, look at you guys all quiet and shit. Only I can stealth host.
Well, most of the people have decided to leave, so it's quieter now.
Never mind that we have these deadlines. We're still going to take a 2-hour lunch. It's almost like Democrats. 2 years I say now.
I figured it's been about 2 hours.
Yeah, pretty close. I'll probably just listen in from then when they get back. Otherwise, they'll think I'm slacking off like they always accuse me of.
Yep, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Well, on the plus side, Jimmy says he's probably going to be back to hosting soon, so that'll take a little bit of weight off my shoulders. He got his situation squared away, I think, a little bit quicker than even he thought, so that worked out pretty good. Your substitute teacher host will soon be a thing of the past.
Are they back?
Not yet. It's pretty funny too, because like earlier today he was trying to tell me about. He was like, "You think you've got it bad?" He was like, "Think about my kid." He was like, "He's got to work all day and then go to school." And I'm like, "So what you're saying is while I was floating your company for the last 10 years when I was going to school, that doesn't count, right?" And he just kind of looked at me like he just stepped in a pile of dog shit. I'm like, "Exactly." I'm like, "Don't use that example. It's not a good one." I've seen this place at its biggest and its smallest, and I guess by our own fortune and the sweat off of my back and my warehouse guy's back, and even the efforts of his kid, admittedly, this place has gotten bigger than it did even at the height of its existence before. So this is like uncharted territory. But what's really strange is he's doing it with less people than before, like a lot less people. So I don't know how he intends to make that work. But I just can't wait for a leave, because if I have to take a couple of weeks off, then they're going to realize actually how much I do here when I'm not here to do it.
Well, hopefully sales continue as they are now during that period, and there's not suddenly a slack off.
There will be, because they're not going to be able to keep up with the Amazon orders, like the shipments or whatever. No, I mean, admittedly, they've got a couple of warehouse girls that are, I guess, female employees. I don't say warehouse because they're not all in the warehouse, but they pack the smaller item orders, and good God, are they efficient. Like, they'll do something like 10,000 a day. But one of my coworkers had to quit because the stress of the job was actually, it was literally killing her. So she was like, I have to quit. I'm like, well, we'll miss you. She's like, I need to do something that's less stressful. So what'd she do? She goes and works at a restaurant. Yeah, that's not less stressful. Nah. So it's Wednesday, right? And on Gun Channels tonight, we're going to have the Daily Gun Show, which comes to you at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 Central. And it's going to be followed by Never Enough Ammo's Guns and Politics chat. And I think that wraps us up on Wednesdays. He pretty much holds a monopoly for Wednesday shows. So if there's anyone out there who's curious about broadcasting and wants a good time slot, prime time wise, Wednesdays after Never Enough Ammo's chat is wide open.
When?
It would be probably 10 o'clock Central Time. So it'd be like the late show, I guess. I love ignoring the phone.
Oh shit! What I miss?
Well, we just got to the part where you're supposed to do the bump about your websites, actually.
Okay. Make sure you guys go to gearwebsites.com. Got patches. Right now, we got to sell bayonets and got Good Channels apparel. Gearwebsites.com. Thank you. Hey Sean, did you hear about those cowboy ducks?
Yeah, I'm so not going to get that call. Nope. No. Because this is something that my boss's kids screwed up, and I've been having to deal with this guy all last week. I just can't deal with him no more. I already told him I'm not going to answer his calls anymore. I know that's bad on me for not answering them, but there's nothing I can do for this guy, so fuck it. Not my fault, not my problem. Time for him to give up. Stop calling me. See, the really bad thing is of all the orders you could have screwed up, you had to do one of this large quantity and going to a guy who's actually putting something together for a military contractor. I bend over backwards for military contract orders. This guy happens to be doing one, and he would have been on time had my boss's kid not screwed up. And now he's giving the guy a hard time about getting this resolved. I'm just like, dude, this would have never happened if you didn't fucking get this wrong in the first place. We have a dibba.
So here's the deal. I just jumped in to say that. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Damn.
I just wanted to come in and say, so here's the deal.
What is it,
I'm
dude?
excited.
Is someone vaping? What's going on, dude? Or are you on a
No.
fucking breath machine?
No, I have to fucking, I've got a deadline of 1 day less to get it done in, so like I have to freaking burn the midnight oil putting shit together.
Oh, okay. It sounds like someone's smoking a vape.
Yep. I think Dano said that one time too.
I am, but they ain't that noisy.
Chuck in the cloud. Chuck and Cloud, man. Go to the
3 years.
going to the vaping championships, man.
Oh, you heard about those?
I'm going to the vaping championship in San Diego, man. Got the
I can
alien
tell this guy's
mod.
pissed.
Yeah, got a modified smoke machine with a foot pedal.
I can tell this guy is fucking pissed. He's literally been blowing up my phone for what, 4 minutes straight? Sorry, brother.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, man.
So
I can
here's
just
the
pick up the
deal.
phone and be like, so here's the deal.
Here's the deal. So Gun Channels is no longer going to be in business or something. I was listening to the chat last night. They were like, yeah, it's over. So if Cash Me Outside is what I'm going to say.
Damn.
Where else am I going to come by when I'm bored during lunch hour?
Gonna have to have a Doberman on Dr. Phil.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, it's gonna suck, dude. Think about without Gun Channels, man. It's gonna suck, man. I don't know why, but I was listening late at night, like late for me now, but it was like 2 a.m, and they were talking about the end. The end times are near.
What?
Yeah. No, it's not making. No, I'm serious. It's not making enough money, and it's not supporting itself, and it's kind of dead at night. No one's here hanging out at night. Whatever. I mean, I was listening. G-Webs might be out there. I don't know. He can tell you. He was telling a bunch of guys. It was like Marco and Pink. You know, Pink was hosting the chat, the nighttime chats. You know, Pink's been hosting every night.
Yep.
But no one's there. Like, it's rare that anyone's there at night. So.
You got all these other shows.
Now, G's vision was to have a conversation that would stay running 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, most of the audiences here are in the States. There's a couple of Europeans, there's a couple of like Middle Eastern, but there's a gap, the Hong Kong gap.
Yeah, there's a gap because you know I was East Coast when I used to stay up all night and talk shit, which is cool. I'm still up all night. There's no one on Gun Channels anyway. Even if I was up to talk shit, there's no one there. I'm not gonna sit in there by myself. What I was gonna say was I'm on the East Coast, and a lot of the times late at night was be a bunch of fucking dudes from Washington and California and shit. So. Either way, man, that ain't paying the bills. I don't know what's paying the bills, but I don't know, man. I'm just saying, if Gun Channels cease to exist, everyone's invited to my house every day.
I'll walk the dog.
Everyone's invited, man. I'm down to argue over 40 cal in person. And be like, listen, man, ain't nobody carrying 135 grain 40.
I told you
that was a little bit of Cat Williams there.
I told your Glock story to
Well
a
done.
buddy of mine down in Florida, and he was like, "Are you kidding me?"
What Glock story is that? I got a bunch.
Well, the one where you wound up going to the Glock range and all that shit.
Oh yeah, I got photos of it. I put them up on Gun Channels a long time ago. I just found them again too. Yeah, I took photos because it was weird. It was a desk. There was literally like an old office desk and a really ratty old office chair. And that's the only thing that was in the range. And then behind that was like a wooden cabinet, like a waist high cabinet. And in that cabinet had a whole bunch of like shooting supplies. So I was like, wow, I've never seen a range that just had, and I never will again, a fucking office chair and an office desk on the line. And it was like a 25-yard range with no targets. There was 0 targets. And we were shooting at nothing. I actually asked the guy at one point, like, man, we're shooting at nothing. Like, where do I shoot? He's like, anywhere, man. And he's like, you want a target? He looked at me like a pussy. Like, you pussy, you need a target to shoot at? Like, this is a test range. Like, we're just testing the gun. Like, just shoot at anything, motherfucker. Anyway, good times, man. Good times. But yeah, it was a Glock 30. The problem was Glock 30 SF, Gen 3 Glock 30 SF, when they first came out, the trigger bar was rubbing against the slide. It was digging grooves in the trigger bar where it pushes up the safety plunger. And I remember we figured that out after several visits, you know, to the range, to the armor, And I swear to God, I'm not taking credit for it, but about a few months later, there was a new trigger bar for the Glock 30 SF. When they made the SF short frame, they shortened up the distance between the back of the grip, and they shortened it up considerably. So where the pin would go through that fucking hole or whatever, you know, that rear pin on a Glock, so something was wacky, and they wound up making a new trigger bar for the Glock 30s with the SF. And then, yeah, that was it. And then I remember when the Gen 4 Glock 30s came out, there was an issue with them as well. And I think they came out with a yet another trigger bar. So anyway, at least it wasn't.
Don't have experience with Glocks, but a buddy of mine down in Florida that I talk to a lot has Glocks, and he's had not some serious issues, but you know, certain ammunition, you know, that he'll have some failure to eject and this, that, and other, and he sent his 30 back a time or two, and we talked about it. I don't think they've got the engineering down on either their recoil springs or slide weight combination, all of the above. I don't know.
Well, this was a long time ago. This was like 2011 or something. But I'll tell you this: I think at this point they figured stuff out. But yeah, I never had a 9mm Glock ever give me any issue, ever. So I mean, I've had, you know, brass to the face, weak ejection. But weak ejection or erratic ejection is not really an issue in terms of reliability. Like, the gun works. It's just the brass is going everywhere. It's going to the left. It's going to the right. It's dribbling out. It's going straight up. You know what I mean? So I don't like it. But I wouldn't consider it like an actual lemon. But the Glock 30s were a lemon. And that issue that I had initially with the gun was still working, by the way. It wasn't that the gun was malfunctioning. The gun would work, but when I was shooting from reset, so I would shoot the gun, hold the trigger to the rear side, the gun would cycle, and then I'd let the trigger out to reset. When I was doing that, the slide wasn't fully going into battery until I let go of the trigger. So it literally was like the gun was functioning. And I remember one of the customer service guys there was like, "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you just stop shooting from reset? It's stupid." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's great. That's good advice." You know what I mean? Like, whatever, man. The gun's not in battery until I let go of the trigger. So that's why it was happening, was because something was wrong with that trigger bar. Anyway, the other Glock 30 I had was a very similar issue. So it was a Glock 30 Gen 4, but they quickly changed that shit. And then they changed the trigger bar a couple of times. There's now like a little fork prong on the trigger, on the back of the trigger bar where it connects with the trigger spring, and it's like that prong kind of like sits. The trigger spring sits in a groove in this like fork on the trigger bar, and that's new in the last few years. So they constantly make changes and stuff. It's like an ongoing thing. Can't blame them. I'm going shooting today, man. First time in a long time, so I'm going to shoot this AR. Unfortunately, indoor range kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
Is that a per session thing or a membership or?
It's per session. I'm not going to join. Yeah, they want you to. Every time I go there, they're like, "Hey, join." But one of them was honest with me and was like, "Hey, it really doesn't make sense for you to join unless you shoot, like, you have to shoot every week or something like that. At least like 3 times a month for it to make sense for the membership." And I don't, so. But I'm bringing a newbie guy, an acquaintance of mine who's really new to shooting, and he's thinking about buying an AR, so he's going to get a chance to shoot mine, and I'm going to sight this optic in a little bit, and that's about it, man. Wish me luck. Hopefully he doesn't shoot his foot.
Nineteen times that guy called.
Nice,
19 before he gave up.
That's not that bad.
Can't wait to get the reason why they haven't solved this big shit. That's pretty cool, man. You're gonna actually get an up and comer answer all his questions for something he's curious about. That's really cool.
Oh my God, he's driving me insane with the derp questions, man. Hold on, let me find some. He doesn't listen to Gun Channels, so I don't feel too bad. So here we go. I'm gonna go find my text messages. Here we go. What's he gonna say? Some more derp shit. Okay, so he keeps asking about weird shit, and I'm like, take a class. So he goes, well, I'm being pretty nasty. Okay. He says, I'm looking into buying my first AR. I'm looking into 50 Beowulf. So he doesn't own an AR. He's never shot one. He wants 50 Beowulf, probably for the knockdown power. For the stopping power, man.
I'm gonna shoot that burglar and about 8 of my neighbors.
So I said, 50 Beowulf, question mark, maybe, but more likely you're going to have to buy ammo online. It's really hard to find ammo for that. I'm not even telling him, like, you're fucking retard, you know what I mean? I'm not even there yet. So, then he goes, but have you seen the YouTube videos of 50 Beowulf? It looks fucking awesome. And I can always change out the upper later for the 5.56. So I'm going, okay, yeah, true. I say, I'm a fan of 5.56. Or if I was going to be fancy, I'd maybe get a 300 blackout upper. I was like, 5.56 is pretty good. That's what the Army uses and Armed Forces. And it works. And then I wrote, if you want something a little bigger, maybe look into 308 Winchester. You know? Oh, yeah. Because I think that's a little bit more. So he don't even know what that is. So then I kind of explained that to him. But
he has no shooting experience, right?
Zero, yeah.
So he's literally like coming off of breast milk and trying to go straight to scotch.
I don't even know what 50 Beowulf is, man. Like, I've seen it. I've never seen one in person. I've never seen the ammo.
It's essentially just the 500 Magnum for rifles.
Tennessee moonshine.
Yeah, I've never
literally
seen
like 50 or 500 Magnum for rifles. That's pretty much all.
And I'm sure he could buy one. I'm sure you could find it online. I mean, the actual upper or rifle.
Yeah, Radical makes it. Alexander Arms makes it. They're the ones who created it.
Never
That's a
seen.
pricey endeavor.
Never seen one in person. So then, so here we go. He goes, "Holy shit! Have you ever seen the Falcor Petra AR? Is that something cool?" And I go, "Yeah, really cool." Like, what, dude? The 300. It's 300 Win Mag AR, dude. You've seen that shit? The Falcor. It's like it's 300 Win Magnum. Okay, so no thanks. It's very expensive. I don't know how fucking reliable it is.
Is this dude fairly large?
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's like 6'1", like 220, something like that.
I got to stealth host again. I'll be back in a bit.
He's still talking about home defense, by the way, for all of this stuff. So, and I explained to him then, I go, well, 300 Winchester 7.62 NATO, it's like 1,000-yard gun, you know? And I tell him, I think it's good, but I believe it probably is overkill for home defense. What else does it say here? Then I just started sending him links. I started saying, he was like asking what kind of rifle he could get in 308. And I sent him the PTR 91. I sent him the DPMS D2. I sent the Scar because he's got some money. He's not poor like me. I sent him
Troy.
No, then I just started sending him shit like that, like Midwest Industries, like regular AR-10 stuff. So then he's like, yeah, I just want something really cool, and I'm willing to spend extra money on it. So then I sent him a Knight's Armor SR-25. It was like $4,800. Yeah, and he's like, Jesus, why is that so much money? And I'm like, well, I think that's what the people overseas use, like that actually use that shit to shoot people. So he was like, oh, okay. So I think I convinced him. I don't know what you think about it, but Midwest Industries has one for like, I think 1,200 or something, like a pretty decent AR-10 setup, M-lock, you know, looks pretty decent. So maybe he'll do that. But I mean, at least I took him away from 50 Beowulf. Yeah, that's the thing, is that he's going to shoot the AR today in 5.56, and I'm going to be like, dude, this is enough, bro. Like for home defense, if you want something really cool, and I was trying to explain to him like 308, it's really cool. It's like, isn't that 308's like a 1,000-yard gun, right?
In the right gun, yeah.
Yeah, right. So I mean, like and if you're buying it and we're going to indoor ranges in the city, it's kind of silly, man. You know what I mean? Like it's a waste. I don't think it's pretty good for the home defense. He just bought a home in Atlanta, but like near the hood, you know, because that's where it's cheaper. And he bought a really pretty house. His house like stands out, new construction in a neighborhood that's like not. So he wants to be able to defend his home, but that's why I just told him, take a class, man. Like take a class, get a fucking regular AR. But if you're gonna do something retarded, get the AR-10 or the PTR 91, or I sent him a Springfield. I don't even know how good those are. You know,
Saint.
not the Saint, the M1A or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, okay. That's a good one.
Yeah, they don't make a Saint in 308 yet. If they did, I'd be like, try it out. He wanted the Saint initially, and I was like, don't do it. And then he sent me the Saint from Gunbroker, and it was like $730. I was like, damn, I guess do it. You know?
Yeah.
I think it's got to be better than a PSA, you know, budget.
Don't tell Night Strike that.
Night Strike.
Hey, tell him to go to YouTube, watch the videos, and buy this.
What's his face? Dead Horse doesn't come around here anymore, but he's still on Instagram, and he just posted a link of a fucking bolt he got from PSA, and it came with a gigantic crack in it. Like their quality control is not there, bro. You know, so I don't expect quality control from them. You are the quality control for companies like that. You know, you're the beta tester. Does it work? Send it out. Let's see if it comes back and it needs to be repaired. That's cheaper than paying someone, you know, to do quality control 24 hours, you know, full time. So anyway, I don't want to be quality control for people anymore, you know.
Yeah, if they do that, they should sell it. They should call it like the PSA beta rifle.
Oh, they call it their budget line, man. Yeah, sure.
Like we'll build it around.
I think it's Radical. Radical. They did a bunch of testing on Radicals online,
yeah.
And Radicals were falling apart.
Yeah, the new ones aren't nearly as bad. I had 3 uppers from them; they were all okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I never heard anything bad until this guy. He's like a SWAT cop. He did a whole bunch of testing on with the rifles that I think they sent him to test. So can you imagine? They sent him rifles to test. You would think they were like, hey, let's go through these rifles and make sure they're not total pieces of shit. So then he fucking writes up a review, and they flipped out on him.
Naturally.
Like on his Facebook page. Yeah, they were like, you know, this isn't right. This isn't fair. You should have come to us first, you know, and whatever. He don't play those games, so. He don't play those games.
Yeah, I think AK Operators Union did a test like that too. It failed.
I always heard good things about Radical until that point, and it was, you know, These are people, I don't shoot a lot. So if I give you a review of a Knight's Armament or a Daniel Defense or a Bravo Company, whatever the fuck my opinion is on my personal shooting, then you ask me, well, how many rounds do you got through the thing? And I tell you an astonishing like 500.
Right.
You can tell me to go fuck myself. Yeah, no matter what it is.
Like,
These guys that are shooting like they're shooting 500 rounds in a day and shit. These guys, man, they, the deal. They're gonna test it out, man. They're gonna put it through its paces.
Yeah, I did the radical. I started off with their 6.5 Grendel upper, and I liked it. And then I went to a 5.56 one, and then I bought a 50 Beowulf one. But they just call it 12.7 by 47 or something like that. And I had them all in the same lower. Like I just swapped them out when I wanted them because they all use the same magazine. And, yeah, they were good. I probably put about 2,000 rounds through each upper. They were fine. That's why I suggested it to Dead Horse. And when he built his, he bought a 458 SOCOM upper from him. He still runs it.
Those are big fucking rounds too, man. Right? I mean,
oh yeah, 458s are like barrier penetrating, armor defeating kind of rounds for like operators and shit. And the 50 was a roadblock round to punch through engine blocks. It was a response because the Sabre M5 was kind of deemed a commercial failure. So then Bill Alexander was like, well, I've got this 50. It's basically just a rebated Room 500 Magnum. I'll try that. And they loved it.
So what's the deal with the 50? Is that some backyard Bubba shit, or could that
No,
ever
it's legit. It's Sammy specified and everything.
You know what it reminds me of is like those 50 GI Glocks and shit. Like, yeah, I got a Glock and 50.
Yeah.
Like it's to me it just seems backyard Bubba.
Yeah, the 50 GI was definitely something that they just did to say so Glock people could say they have a 50. But I think.
Yeah, but also Glock has nothing to do with it, like, right? And
right. I think Beowulf actually does have a place. Like there are outfits overseas that actually have one man on a Bayo at roadblock, whereas they used to have to put him on like a 249.
Gotcha. I would think they would just so the ballistics is way better than let's say the ballistics are better than 308, the 7.62 by NATO, right?
Probably not. It's kind of medium to short range. It's made to be a sledgehammer.
Oh, so it's got more oomph, but it's not long range.
Yeah. It's made to just go through a radiator, punch an engine block, disable a vehicle if you speed toward the roadblock type thing.
Gotcha.
I mean, I know a guy who bear hunts with one because he doesn't have a 500 Magnum, but it works.
Mm-hmm.
It is overkill.
Yeah, I was listening to some podcast. This guy was talking about 300 Blackout. Is like he's a huge fan of it, and partly because he hunts with it. But like I listened to this other guy, John McPhee, the sheriff of Baghdad, and he's a huge believer in having 7.62 by 39 uppers for his rifles, and he uses that to hunt. And he has this guy in Texas, Citizen Arms, like completely make the shit reliable and accurate. And so it's like cheaper than 300 Blackout. This other guy, got maybe just doesn't care, but the dude, 300 Blackout, it's not cheap. No, it's not cheap stuff. So anyway.
Boobies!
Hey, fellas.
Damn, that was energetic. Did you just take a nitro pill or something?
Little nap.
I could really use one right now, actually. Yeah, we were talking about 50 Bayo. I think your guy's got to shoot that 5.56 and come to a very quick realization that, yeah, this is enough.
Yeah, plus the loudness. Like, I'm dying for an AR pistol, and even if I had the money right now, I don't like the fucking the volume. You know what I mean? It's so fucking loud, bro. They're so loud. And I don't have a can, and I'm not even planning on it. So
Yeah,
I don't
even
know.
with the flaming pig, when it sends all the noise forward, when it reflects off the backstop, it's still seriously loud and noisy.
Is that what they do? So like,
Yeah.
okay.
What it does is it's ideal for shorter length barrels and shorter gas systems because it pushes all the pressure directly back and it sends all the flame and noise forward. And it helps a shorter gas system think it's a bigger one, so it's more efficient to cycle.
Oh, okay, cool. I just saw for the first time, Bravo Company makes a pistol upper that's a mid-length gas system called the, I forgot what they call it. They have like a special name for it. And anyway, it looks pretty fucking sweet. I've never seen one.
I'd really like to
I
build
don't know
that.
why anybody would want an AR pistol when they could have a 44 Magnum.
Accuracy.
You gotta think of practicality. I mean, I really want to build one of those AR-57 uppers, so I can use a 50-round P90 mag, and then ejects the casings out of the actual mag well. That's really cool.
You just want something weird and different.
Well, 50 rounds in a magazine is pretty tough to argue with, and it doesn't really weigh that much. For like a PDW, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Only need
Whoever came up with that was very clever. No, I did the 3 caliber AR. I liked it. I'll probably build another one.
Yeah, I mean 5.56 in a pistol is fine.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't know what the fuck to do about the noise. I mean, I just figure if these guys who really have the budget, you know, and shit, like they're gonna buy him. They're gonna buy Mark 18 uppers from Daniel Defense. They're gonna have a fucking can on there. You know what I mean? They're gonna SBR their shit. I'm gonna have a fucking sig brace. You know what I mean? So, either way, I just didn't know. It's suppressed. Yeah, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? For sure. If I had a can, I would definitely fucking. I would rock the SBRs all day. I'd go to the range and fucking go
I'd
ahead.
still pick one. I definitely pick one because it's better than those stupid little cake rosette brakes. Those do nothing. Those are
So a fucking A2 brake on a pistol is going to be like loud as fuck. Is that what you're telling me?
Dude, once you lose your hearing, you won't notice the noise.
Yeah, that's true. That's what Yankee Marshall said about self-defense, the shootings. Right? He's like, you're not going to notice it. Wouldn't you rather be deaf than dead? That's why he had an adequate round. You got to make a decision in life. You need an adequate self-defense round, or do you need hearing?
Right, 44 Magnum.
Kablow! In a closed space? That's what's up. I don't care, man. I have earplugs. I wear them around my neck like that bad guy in Snatch. He was like, did you ever notice that? In that movie, he just stayed with earplugs in his shirt pocket. He's like, all right. Just put them in and start shooting people, man.
I got electronic cans, but they're a little bit of a bitch to wear to bed.
I had no clue. I literally thought those flaming pig things were for fucking show, like to just cause a big fireball.
No,
and it looks cool.
They do as advertised.
Oh, okay. I never saw the advertisement. I just saw dudes shooting them online and stuff.
You're saying that's what I need on the end of my revolver?
Dude, are you shitting me? Well, you need a trigger job, so your double action pole is 5 fucking pounds. That's what I would do, because otherwise...
It'd be a hell of a trigger job to make these single actions double action.
Your single action's like, what, fucking 3 pounds?
Probably somewhere between 3 and 4, yeah.
And what's your double, like 10?
On the Smith, I don't know.
That's my problem.
On the 29, yeah, it's about like 9 pounds.
That's my problem, bro. Because I don't know if I can not disturb my sights while I'm pulling that trigger. Equal height, equal light, all through my trigger press on a fucking 12-pound trigger is just too much to ask for. Out of my grip, you know. Gripping stance, gripping stance.
I forgot the name of it. I always forget the name of it, but that type of hold that John Wick uses, where it's like off at a 45-degree angle, it's really comfortable.
It's compressed ready, I think they call it.
It's really comfortable.
Are you talking about when he brings it into his chest and under his cheek? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like some sort of compressed ready, high compressed ready, they call it.
Yeah, it's really comfortable to shoot from that.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's blasting your face, man. Like,
Well, I mean, I don't hold it under my chin. I think you hold it about maybe 4 or 5 inches away from your chin, but it's quite comfortable. It feels almost natural when you're looking down the sights for a target.
Really? Oh yeah, because he's kind of up there, and he's doing that. I guess technically he learned that shit from the Israeli guys. They're doing that so that they don't get their gun taken from them, like when they're coming around a corner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it tight and compact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried.
I was listening to a podcast, and they were making fun of it, but they were like, "Yo, it's coming back," and they were talking to some guy, like an instructor, an old school dude, and he was like, "Yeah, John, thanks to John Wick, I think it's called high compressed ready is coming back," you know, and he was like, "Who's John Wick?" The guy didn't even know what John Wick was, but he knew what the high compressed ready was.
If we have no shockwaves in my area.
Bling bling. Bling bling bling. Bling 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 bling. I like going to the range dressed as a what would I be? Office administrator?
Terrorist?
No, office. That's what I look like. Yeah, like I look like fucking inside sales or something. I look like an insurance salesman. So it's cool because everyone else is tactical out. Then I start doing high compressed ready, like John Wick shit. They're like, wow, whoa, who is that down there?
I like the girls who wear shorts with a drop leg holster. It's kind of odd.
Yeah. No, I'm like the girl who's dressed like a librarian but like can suck a mean dick. But I don't suck dick. Sort of like that. I'm the sleeper. I come in there. I'm like, yeah. I wear my Uncle Mike's holster. I'm like Edge, but then I wind up shooting like, John Wick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What?
Is Brooklyn in the house?
No.
You kill Biggie? Why'd you kill Biggie, man?
As I pulled the Glock, put it to your headpiece.
Oh, word.
One in the chamber.
Obese like Della Reese?
How you been, DB?
Della Reese,
Well,
like Perry
just doing
Mason's
cool.
secretary.
I'm all right. Della Reese was like she was a big chunky black lady.
Yeah, I know who she was.
Oh.
Singer.
I don't even know. I just know I've seen her before.
Perry Mason's secretary was Della Street.
Oh, okay.
Very handy lady to have around. It didn't look awful either.
I'm gonna start just doing everything from that high compressed ready. It's gonna be dope. I go to range. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope.
Riding the donkey, compress ready.
Yep. Everything. Fuck it.
Driving with compress ready.
I watched the new John Wick and I liked it way more than I thought I was gonna. So I read a lot of reviews where they're like, it's not as good as the first one, man. You know, if you like the first one, I don't know. Like, this fucking shit is awesome. I don't know what people were talking about. I thought the shooting was better and everything.
Yeah, the fucking ending sucked though.
The ending? Yeah. He'd run away like a bitch.
Yep.
Well, that's how Dark Knight ended. Batman was running away like a little bitch. You can't have Menace to Society endings every time, man. He's not fucking O-Dog. You want him to just die? You just get shot? I mean, when that dude was like, hey, and he like told everyone to stop moving, and the entire fucking park was like hitmen. I mean, you know, he couldn't fight everybody and live. Yeah, I like this one. I think it was almost better than the first one. The reason why he was killing people wasn't as good. No one killed his puppy, but it was dope.
And nobody killed this pit bull.
Yeah, I think that was the point of the pit bull. I mean, good luck trying to kill that motherfucker. You need a fucking 50 Beowulf.
I seen the cop shoot at a dog. His fucking dog kept coming.
Do dogs keep coming? Because that's a myth. My friend always tells me like you could just shoot a 22 at a dog and they'll just leave you the fuck alone because it's the noise is going to bother them. But certain dogs are like, fuck it, I'm ready to die.
Fucking pit bull, you keep hitting it with the fucking brick, you'll still be 9 on your leg.
Well, once they're locked on, I know they'll die locked on. I mean, that could be a myth too. These are all myths, I guess. I don't have any experience.
No, I've seen videos on this shit.
My family was attacked by a pit bull, and it took like a 6'4", 300-pound like weightlifter to like come over. He came over like Good Samaritan. He was kicking and punching the dog, and I think at the time, the dog got tired of attacking my mom and my stepfather's dog. So he got kind of tired of it. He already attacked my stepfather, and he was taking like a break. He was like just taking a little bit of a break. And the dude lifted the dog up and threw him in a car. After the guy was already punching and kicking the dog, and the dog wasn't doing shit. Didn't care. So I don't know. It makes sense that dogs don't want to have like gunshots going on around them.
Yeah.
That's a little much. Breaking news: CNN fires Kathy Griffin.
Was she hired by them?
Yeah, she worked for them every year. She does the New Year's Eve special.
She done fucked up though.
Mm-hmm. Well, she fucked up, but I don't think she did anything she did was illegal. It wasn't smart.
Who got the axe at the Clinton News Network?
They fired her.
Who?
CNN fired Kathy Griffin. You know, it took them long enough. They could have fired her yesterday.
Oh yeah. I think liberals are finding out very quickly if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yeah, I think they're finally realizing they're going a little. I mean, the hatred of the Trump thing it was fun at first, but at some point it's like you are inciting violence. Like when you're doing shit like those kind of imagery right there and stuff, and they would, it's just, what are you asking? Subliminally, you're asking for something when you're doing stuff like that.
Satire to Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They're not assassinating the president every fucking Saturday night, in joke.
Poking a bit of fun.
They're making fun of him every Saturday. They said that the highest ratings they've ever had. You know.
Alec Baldwin became relevant again.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, they should be so happy that he won. Like CNN, MSNBC, Saturday Night Live, you know, because if she won, they wouldn't have anything to make fun of every second. They would never have made fun of her.
No, we'd be too busy talking about the war that we'd get forced into.
I don't know what they'd be making fun of, honestly. I mean, the way they're acting is like there's no other news and there's no other things to make fun of. So.
Right.
They don't even take a break, right? Every Saturday Night Live for the last like 2 months, every opening part is a Trump thing.
Yep. It's literally like South Park Live. They just keep up with what's going on this week and then throw it up there.
I don't watch South Park anymore, but are they bashing Trump? Do you know? Every fucking episode?
No, but they were, to their credit, they were Johnny on the spot with like doing a satire of whatever was going on that week.
Yeah, that's true.
That's how quick their animators are.
Yeah, that's how quick those Korean slayers were.
I think that's where they do the animation.
Yeah, that's what they do every year. They're fucking quick. They're cheap. They undercut America. Like animation in America is like gone now. Like I think it started with The Simpsons.
Yeah. I didn't know PMC was made there in South Korea. I had no idea until this morning.
Good shit, right?
Yeah, they don't actually. They actually don't skimp on the material. They make heavier brass casings than Winchester and Federal.
Yeah, it makes good stuff. I've never had a problem with it.
You bought a Shockwave yet, Sean?
No. My FFL can't get one now.
The pictures of people shooting that shit online, like in the cuts, their hands are bleeding and shit. Apparently there's a strap, there's a strap on the pump.
There is.
That strap is bolted on with a bolt and a fucking washer and a sharp fucking bolt. So you shoot it enough times, that bolt's gonna cut your hand.
Yep. Yeah, Hickok his son took his off. He kept his on, but Hickok for Big John took it off. Probably for that very reason.
There's got to be a better way, right? I mean, I would think there would have been a better way to do that.
Remington's makes more sense. They have the TAC-14. It's got like a little lip that goes over the front and the back, so your hand doesn't slip off.
Yeah.
It works.
Well, I get it. I get that the strap's probably the safest,
Yeah, it's the cheapest.
Yeah. Well, fuck, man. At this point, I'd take Mossberg over Remington every day of the week.
Yep.
Because of the quality control thing. They're really on some shit.
Yeah. They finally got QC at Marlin somewhat respectable now. It took them a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, I think Remington had been going down the last 5 years, like every year, but worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, they did an interview with some of the original engineers for the 700, and they were talking about how they had the safety issue in cooking off rounds or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy was like, "Yeah, man, they call it the Remington way. Like, they're not gonna fix it."
What?
Seriously. It was part of like 2020 expose too. I think if you look up the Remington way on YouTube, most of those guys are there anyway.
You gotta speak up, Sean. I can't hear you.
I'm supposed to be stealth hosting right now.
I'm a big fan of the old Remington stuff, but not had any experience of new.
A long time ago, like 7 years ago, I bought a Remington 870 Police Magnum. It was blued with walnut furniture. It was the most beautiful gun. And I saw like they stopped doing the bluing for the most part. They started doing the Parkerizing. And the bolt, not polished anymore. My bolt was mirror polished. Anyway, I loved it. I should never have gotten rid of that shit.
I just bought a new Marlin that's Rim Marlin or whatever the hell you want to call it. It's not awful, but it's not finished. They needed to polish shit up before they put it together because it is rough as hell.
That's the partnerization too.
They're doing rough shit. What's his face? Mr. Guns and Gear had a video where he shows like the chamber area. It was so rough on the Remington 870 that he had to go in there and fucking polish it out. It was just so rough that it wasn't extracting shells. You know?
No, this thing is very accurate. I'll give it credit for that, but man, it feels like it's got grit in the freaking action. It's so damn rough.
Yeah. No, I believe you. I expect it at this point. I expect nothing but shit quality from them. Which is fine. I'm fine with Mossberg. Mossberg is fine. I just hate the safety on the that's plastic. I hate the plastic trigger guard. But you get a 590, you're straight.
Keep talking about the fidget spinners. I just bought 4 of them. 3 Rugers and a Smith & Wesson. Well, technically I just bought 3 and I'd bought 1 several months ago, but still.
Yeah, I got my first batch of returns of those damn things. First generation ones we were selling were shit. Finished with bad on them. I didn't even know we carried them until I saw the return. I was like, what the fuck is this? Sounds like the rest of the polar bears upstairs.
The U.S. missile test cost taxpayers $244 million. That don't surprise me. $244 million to the U.S. government's like $2.44 to the average person. You know, it's just coffee money.
These people are paying it because that's what they're being told to pay. They're not even questioning if it really costs that much. Their justification is you're paying for the R&D. It's like, well, that's fine if it's a year 1 product, but we've been building Patriots since the 80s or something like that. Why are they still exorbitantly expensive?
Because of the military-industrial complex. Racket.
A Moab is cheaper than a Ferrari.
Does better if you drop it from high altitudes, too.
Yeah. What the hell are they doing up there?
Is it that time to kill the Moab?
Yes.
Cue the Moab.
I love the delivery system. Just push it out the back. We don't have a plane big enough to drop it, so we just C-130 and shove it out the back.
Yeah, you can bring back the B-29 for those.
Just fucking kick it and start rolling away.
I don't think it's the weight that's the problem, it's the shape. But the B-2 has a huge bomb bay. But they're on racks. It literally looks like Chuck Yeager's X1. It looks just like that. Like so much just graffiti glamorous goodness on the side of it before they drop it. Or call it the Jaeger bomb. They should have called it the Jaeger bomb. That would be hilarious. Even the Army has a sense of humor.
Nah, the mother of all bombs works really well because it's really offensive to people to have mother and bomb tied together.
Call it the mofo.
Did you go to the
That's what I would call it.
The first was the bomb.
Hey, Tony, did you get anything else in the mail?
No, I'm a little pissed off at my UPS because my duster came into the sorting facility yesterday morning and it's not on the truck for delivery today. I gotta make sure somebody shows up here when the old lady's at work, or I'm gonna get my ass in freaking sling.
Yeah, so your wife ain't that mad about you buying those guns?
She just discovered it yesterday or day before. I guess it was the day before. And she started to say, how much money did you spend? And she caught herself because it ain't her money. She gave me the "it ain't my money" speech when I asked her about buying stuff. So
She almost fucked up.
nah, she don't give a shit. She just got ticked at her out of reaction. She actually kind of liked that Smith & Wesson 629, but it's too damn heavy for her to hold. She said, I couldn't even carry this thing because I can't even lift some bitch. I told her you don't want to shoot it either.
Oh, you guys were talking about that missile test yesterday?
244 million. What's the big deal, man? How much you think this government spends a day on coffee for just their offices?
$1 billion.
I mean, you know they don't buy freaking Folgers at Walmart, so they're probably paying about $16 a pound. Is that Beretta got the base, the magazine release down on the base or heel, whatever the hell they call it? I've had a couple of handguns like that and did not.
Oh, yeah, Ray got a gun. I forgot.
But now that I started fucking with single action revolvers, the pushing the shell out of each cylinder with the freaking rod, anything is better than that. that's the only freaking thing about the cold design that I don't understand why they didn't think a little bit more ahead on, was that the way the ejector rod and gate worked. Or at least Ruder's version, where you have to turn the cylinder a little bit to get it to clear.
Uh, 146 Gander Mountains are going out of business.
Do what knives?
146 Gander Mountains are going out of business.
Gander Mountain shouldn't have tried to branch out like that. They had a good thing going with their internet store. And
40% off.
they went into an area with too much freaking competition, and they just screwed themselves over with that. And I think they made a mistake on jumping into guns as heavily as they did, as quickly as they did, but I don't know, because I don't know that to be a fact. I'm just waiting to see if Midway goes back into selling guns.
Don't they sell black powdered ones?
Yeah, they sell black powder guns because they ain't real guns according to the government.
Imagine that. That's what we need. We need a black powder assassin.
Fucking see the smoke for miles and shit.
Right. I think it came from over there.
See all that smoke?
Well, if he does it in an industrialized city, it won't be a problem because it'll just look like any other part of the skyline.
The Beijing Bandit.
However, there are a couple of black powder alternatives that are considerably less telling.
Oh, that's pretty decent of him. Man, I'm tired already. I'm like really tired now.
Crappy homemade air guns that look like dumb potato launcher need to be regulated because one person used one. Okay, Smegs, I ain't following, but whatever.
I'm lunch channeling if you hadn't noticed.
What's the lunch for today?
It's like a stir fry type thing. Shrimp, chicken, barbecue pork, noodles, vegetables. It's pretty good. I like it.
Well, you are from a culture that likes that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was born a cowboy at heart because I like beef and bacon.
I do too. It's just my other half makes me appreciate stir fries and things. They're healthy eating, you know, if it's done right. This is pretty decent.
I've actually had some stir fries that were really freaking good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like to admit that because I'm a cowboy at heart. Beef, pork, and beans. Bacon and beans. Fuck pork. I don't even need the rest of the hog, just the bacon.
So my house, you gotta have beans, your fucking hot sauce laying around, the salsa.
Well, that's one thing that I can say that the Mexican culture has contributed to my diet is refried beans.
Even Colin Bohannon had a taste for the Chinese, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know, Chinese, the Chinese stuff that's wrapped in a pastry shell and deep fried is good. Proof positive that you can deep fry anything and make it taste good.
Hot pot.
Except for pickles. I tried deep fried dill pickles once, and that was the most god awful thing I ever had.
Okra.
And I like dill pickles.
Something that comes out slimier than it went in.
Yeah, it was not good at all. Smiggy says, I hear Gander Mountain is having a bankruptcy sale. All guns at the low, low price at MSRP. Sorry, dude, that's MSRP plus 5%.
Oh, that's funny.
Angry wants deep fried cheesecake. By God, that does sound all right.
I hate cheesecake.
Yeah, but if you batter dip it and deep fry it, it'd be better. The one thing I can't bring myself to try is deep fried butter.
Why?
You should do it. It's not, the butter's all melted away by the time you get it. It's like a crispy, buttery, sugary shell, like a funnel cake on steroids.
I've got 7 stints already. Yes, Knife said he hates cheesecake.
Well, like you said, it's all about moderation.
In some aspects, I'm weak. When it comes to good fried food, deep fried, and women, I have a hard time saying no. So,
Welcome to Gunchannels, where everybody has heart problems, back problems, seeing problems. What else? Knee heart problems.
Addiction to fidget spinners.
Addiction to stupidness. And gun addiction. Oh yeah, don't forget about social security problems.
I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't got no problems now that I got it started finally.
I want some of that pork chops.
Back when I worked for the government down south, me and the old lady lived just 2 blocks away from the grocery store with a butcher in the store. You know, they did all their own meat cutting. And the guy would custom cut butterfly pork chops an inch thick. Man, you talk about freaking good eating.
Those are perfect when you split them and you stuff them. You have to have them really thick to do that. Those are awesome.
I had never had such a thing before, and he suggested, and he kind of gave me a quick rundown on how to grill it. Man, it's freaking awesome. Can't afford it now, but
yep. You take a butterfly pork chop, split it, stuff it with bacon and cheddar, or even bacon and cream cheese. Oh, that's good eating.
I've never had that.
First time for everything. I have a soft spot for pinwheel steaks too. I like them. I think it's a creative idea. Take like a skirt steak, roll it up in spinach and cream cheese and bacon. Make a round little disc and cook it. Looks like I'll be peeling my dog off the ceiling tonight with this thunderstorm coming. Poor guy.
I don't know why I like this, but you know the little circle with all the little baby tomatoes, celery, and baby carrots. I love that stuff. Little dip sauce.
Butter cake.
oh hell, the best use of a tomato is to fry it while it's green.
Never had that before.
All right. 10 down. 11 to go.
God, I love fried green tomatoes.
Wasn't that just like a Tandy movie?
No, I'm not suggesting it as a movie of the day.
No. Oh, you did movie of the day. You weren't here.
Right, exactly. Priorities. I need a nap because I'm old.
No, today we bidded a happy birthday to Clint Eastwood.
Which movie?
Movie of the day was Dirty Harry.
Excellent.
The day was the 620 or the Model 29. And the car of the day was a 68 Ford Falcon, or sorry, Ford Galaxy 500, which was his police car. I themed it out.
I would rather have the car he had in Magnum Force, that 71 convertible, 72.
I just wanted the original because a big heffalump of a car. Saying, I've got to know.
Click.
I've got to know.
Hell, I can do that. I don't know if you can hear it, but
Yours is trust me, I know what I'm doing. Which is perfectly fine with me. Just as good.
well, that was actually a Ruger because this Weston is laying here loaded. I like that Smith & Wesson, but I ain't a fan of that grip.
I'm telling you, man, if you don't like it, go to Hoag's website, get the X-Frame Tamer grip. You will thank me a million times.
Is it as big?
It's slightly bigger.
See, I couldn't hold on to it. I can't grip the damn thing and pull the trigger double action because my finger isn't long enough.
Oh, I thought you just didn't like the thing smacking the back of your knuckle.
No, it's not a problem with that.
I couldn't handle it. It drove me nuts with my competitor, so I ended up putting a 500 Magnum grip on it. Man, world of difference. I could shoot that thing all day now.
I mean, I have to kind of hold it at a freaking odd hold to fire a double action, and that's when it really hurts my hand. So I'm going to order the wood square frame conversion grip, I think.
Oh, the square butt grip?
Yeah.
That's the
But
grip
it's-
on it. That's on it should be square butt already.
No, it's not.
Curves inward.
Yes,
It's the wrong grip.
it's a rounded grip.
Yeah, it's the wrong grip. If it doesn't tail out at the end, someone swap that out. If you need a smaller one, and you want a wood grip, Hogue makes a boot cut grip where it's curved in and it's round. And it's made out of rosewood. They're fucking awesome. They look great.
Yeah, I'm just looking at different grips.
I might have a Packmeyer grip that might work for you. If you want, I'll send it to you. I'll show it to you on my camera when I get home. It came off my night card. I never use it. It's definitely smaller profile. Or actually, if you just look up Smith & Wesson night guard, you'll probably see the grip on it. I've got an extra one for an end frame.
I actually think the gun would look better with wood grip.
Yeah.
But there again, I don't care so much about that. It's not about how it looks.
I'm mainly about comfort when it comes to my big boys, just because I go through so many rounds in a trip. So, like if I was hunting, I wouldn't care. I'd put a wood grip on it. It's like a 9-time brain session, 1-time hunting session. So. I don't know how that happened. Pretty sure I pulled it up only for 10, but I actually have 12s. The history of the day was good too, Tony. It's huge.
Vietnamese Prime Minister visits Oval Office.
See what?
Vietnamese President. Shit. Vietnamese Prime Minister in the Oval Office. It's Trump.
Yeah, Dana was in here earlier, Smegs.
Yeah, he was like, he'll probably be back anytime. Big connection issues, a lot of noise. Yeah, apparently Amazon's hiring 2,500 people in my area. Unfortunately, most of them are just fulfillment positions where they're just packing boxes all day. That's not doing shit. If they have me manage the call center, though, I might actually take them up on it. Corporate. Definitely do something different. I'm tired of this.
Or at least there were 2 drivers in his area. But he was in chat earlier and he didn't act stabbed to death, so I assume it's not him. What the hell is today? Wednesday?
Yes.
Ah, shit. That means my lady's off tomorrow, and that freaking duster's gonna come in tomorrow. But back in the doghouse I go.
Tomorrow's the first.
I think Dano does carry. Well, I need to call in and order some drugs, so I'm gonna duck out of here for a while.
All right, Tony.
I should have done it before I come back in. I forgot, but I'll catch you guys later.
What the fuck is with this 16-year-old girl stabbing Uber drivers? What the fuck? That shit. So here's the deal. Oh, we lost to Tony. Must have bored him to tears. Pretty sure Knives and Smeggy's already sent the links out. You guys can come in, talk about whatever you want. Enjoy stealth hosting today. Got a whole lot of work and not a lot of time to get it done. I don't mind being challenged, but I don't like being overly stressed. So, something I gotta give. On the plus side, for many of you who like the early watch, Jimmy James looks like he's going to be back to doing that soon. So you don't have to deal with my ugly mug anymore. No ETA though. Not sure when that's gonna happen. Then you'll be free of hearing the noise of my drill. Lucky y'all. It's 3 o'clock, so I'm pretty sure Tony's already done the granddad duties. Guess now it's time for coffee for the wife on the way home. I will be back. Make sure I leave the camera on while I'm doing this. I can see what the hell I'm doing in a hurry. Now that you mention it, Smeggy, isn't that show supposed to be back this summer? Or is this the year without it? Because that's just stupid. Who the hell plans this shit? Oh, if you love our show, wait 2 years. We'll bring it back later. Fucking piss poor planning. What's really annoying about Sherlock, the BBC version, with Benedict Cumberbatch, that's annoying. 3 episodes every fucking year and a half. I don't thought of that shit. I know that he's busy being Doctor Strange and whatever else. I don't like how studios are making TV shows these days. The timing is terrible.
True that.
Get that Into the Badlands shit out of the way already. Fucking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Control. Fuck that. Nobody's actually watching that bullshit. I still need to see episode 9 of The Sun. Fucking Angry got me watching that shit. It's badass. It is truly badass. Pierce Brosnan makes a passable Texan. Who guessed it? Can't wait to find out how the Comanche chief dies. Like, I know that's coming because he already mentioned it in an episode. It's a shame he died so young. He died. Haven't showed us how yet. Gunplay in the show's a little weak. There's a lot of it, but it's it's frontier gunplay, I guess. So it's gonna look weak. Some of the gun choices are nice. Neptune had a fucking Lewis gun and a broom handle Mauser in Territorial, Texas. That's fucking awesome. I think I saw Remington Model 8. Very cool gun selection in this show. It's not exactly a Western, but it has a lot of elements of one, which is something that America's been missing for a while now. There hasn't been really good Westerns. Maybe it's just kids grew up and they don't like them anymore. But Magnificent Seven was pretty good.
It was okay.
It was an enjoyable to watch. I'm really hoping that rumor of Scott Eastwood redoing his dad's spaghetti westerns classics. I hope that's true. I'd love to be the new Lee Van Cleef. Like my dream job. I'm not going to cut off the tip of my finger to get the role, though.
The fucking nubby.
He had the same finger injury my dad did. Chopped off the tip of his finger as a kid. Should be Angel Eyes, sure. Or Colonel Douglas J. Mortimer. He's badass. Show you the pocket watch. And 11 o'clock carry. Down. Down from that. Oh, you're back. It's hard to say. plead the fifth.
Heavy breathing.
Sorry, my mic was too close.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, I saw the story about Kathy Griffin getting fired now. Awesome.
What's that about?
She posted a picture of her with Trump's severed head.
Oh God, dude. Really?
Yeah, the backlash was immense. She apologized for this too.
No, I saw that, but I haven't seen the picture. So right now,
I think she should be arrested for provoking a death threat against the President of the United States. That should be a charge. You can have your First Amendment rights, but when it comes to threatening someone's life or illustrating the death of somebody, especially the president, that should be a special charge for that.
should have done the same thing to Madonna.
Yeah, but your First Amendment rights end when it impugns on someone else's. His right to live is obviously, his right. But I don't know. I think she went way too far this time. There should be a criminal charge for that. Someone's got to set an example of people like this so they stop doing this bullshit. Otherwise, someone else will just do it. It should not be okay to do something like that. That's where I would draw the boundary. When I threaten someone else's life like that, that's where I would draw the freedom of speech boundary, right there.
Hey, Sean, how many of those you got to do?
Well, I've already done 10. This is number 12 here. I've got to do 23 of these and one of the smaller ones. I've got to go up. My warehouse guy, when he's really on top of it, he can build like 60 in a day. But he doesn't answer phones. He doesn't deal with people all day. It's a little different for me. Plus, I'm doing it. I physically do everything slower than I used to, for obvious reasons. They don't need people. They need robots. They're not hard to put together. It just takes time. Speak of the devil, there's my phone. See, now I gotta stop what I'm doing, drop that, go into that. Who knows how long those people are gonna keep me hostage. Come back, pick up all that thing. It took me an hour just to pull all the parts because they're all over the place. Go figure. Let me go get this.
Hey, John,
Hey, what's up?
where you went, man?
I'm at home. It's been
What'd you do?
raining. It's been raining here for the last 3 days. So this
Did you do lunch?
I did not do lunch today. Not yet. I'm probably gonna have like an early supper, late lunch, and that'll be it.
I don't have shit right now.
Screw you, Google. I was on another screen. I didn't realize I got logged out, and I was still talking for like 2 minutes. Did everybody else get logged out too? Yep. Just wait a second for them to log back in. There you are.
I was here the whole time.
Yeah, I got logged out. I switched screens and I was still talking, and then I switched back to the screen and I was like, you. Anywho, so I have to figure out what else I'm gonna make for this coming week or weekend.
I need to find me another job.
Why don't you why don't you there are a lot of jobs coming up within city governments in every state. Why don't you try to apply something that's per diem?
Nah, dude,
or-
remember the eye condition?
It's government jobs. They hire people with no brains. Why would they care if you have a little eye issue?
I can't see that well.
So what? Most people in government don't think that well. So what's the difference?
Nah, really, I can't see that well.
So what? Most people in government really don't think. So you're not being able to see a little. You can still think, which is more than some public service employees do.
Shit.
No, seriously, but they hire a lot for the summer in a lot of agencies. Get yourself some good medical, you know.
You're not talking about the hiring practices of Miami, Florida, are you?
Almost every state, it's the same thing.
It's great temporary work. You sit on this big black leather couch and they take care of your medical in case they knock you up. Oops. Now you know what I'm talking about? It's a casting couch joke. That never works, man.
I know, but you can pawn something.
Right? All right. I still want to get a plaque that says, please take a number and just put my 500 Magnum up there. That'll get their attention. Yeah. Yeah. Good call.
You know, easily, okay? They know. Pawning this, and then you don't have to talk to them anymore. You do your own thing. And
I should play like I'm deaf.
I cannot talk. Anytime you are today your voice problem or something.
Answer them in Russian. I what you're doing here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who the hell are you talking to, Ponnery?
My boss.
You tell him you got a lot of friends and we're all armed?
Yeah, that don't matter. You know, our new place has a cage and an intercom system, so it's fine. I don't have to deal with walk-ins anymore, which is nice. You know, like when you're an e-tailer, walk-ins don't exist.
You guys heard that Yahoo is selling Flickr to Verizon?
Haven't heard. Don't really care.
Oh, you double stick it?
Put it in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was squeaky.
So, no. You don't have to talk. I know when people come in,
Point to it.
and business class here, I don't think all they want is business class to go back home. Because usually the boss says, hey, you do nothing. No,
Yep.
I got to do this. Responding to your approach here, you said, hey, like this.
I like my idea, just pointing my gun at him. It's definitely more effective. It's amazing because like we have a sign at the door that says you will be met with an armed presence, and they still walk in. Crazy.
You guys heard Yahoo is selling Flickr to Verizon?
Yahoo's selling everything. They're fixing to die. They're about to die.
Yeah.
My shop is hosted on Yahoo's business sites or whatever.
Right.
And they sold out to Avco, and then Avco sold out to Luminate. So it's like it's a sinking ship with Yahoo.
Yeah, on Facebook, some people were questioning why it's even taking place, and if people are worried about security and ownership right concerns. So someone on Facebook responded to that. What's so Verizon is worse at security than Yahoo? Is that even possible?
No.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was pretty funny.
I'm not worried about it because I use PhotoBucket. So
Yeah. I used to use Yahoo, but I got a shitload of spam like you would not believe.
Yep. Every day.
Every day, at least 24 emails, just, sex spam emails, email spams for the Nigerian that you win $1 million from, all kinds of spam, and scams for that matter.
I'm going to assume that Angry had an interview that ended badly.
Why?
Read his messages on the board.
On what board? Instagram?
No, on the Gunchannels chat.
Okay.
Yep.
Angry.
It's like, I know why I didn't get the gig. It's because the girl that you interviewed in the miniskirt, you're going to start fucking next week. So.
Or they're already doing the dirty.
Well, I mean, it depends on if they're an applicant or not.
Yeah, sorry about that, Angry. Sorry to hear that, Angry.
Was that for a gig in Arizona or here? Or in Pennsylvania?
He had one in PA, right?
No.
Or was that Arizona?
I know he wants to go. So.
Oh, it was a phone interview.
No, those suck. They're so impersonal. Skype interviews, on the other hand, that just shows that you're on the leading edge of tech or whatever. Funny that double standard.
Be on Skype with a bunch of AR-15s behind you.
Hell yeah.
Angry, so you're sure you didn't get it, or they said wait? And is there only one position, or is there more than one position for the same spot?
That guy was reading off of a playbook. That's the kiss of death.
You talking about the hiring manager?
Find out who he's fucking, and then turn him into that. Turn him into their wife or their husband. You get the job. I blackmailed my assistant principal my senior year to graduate on time because I only went to school 48 days. They wanted to hit me for truancy, even though I was in the top 10% of my class anyway. So I took all the cheerleaders he was sexually harassing for the last 2 years, and I hooked them up with my lawyer, and they were going to file a class action suit against him and the school district. I showed them pictures, I showed them an affidavit, I showed them my lawyer's business card, I had him on the phone, and he was like, what's it going to take to make this disappear? And I'm like, I walk on time. He's like, that's it? I'm like, that's it. Cleared my deal. Walked on time, graduated on time.
Total $500.
20 years ago today, as a matter of fact. And then that summer, all the juniors that became seniors, they went ahead with the lawsuit anyway. And he got demoted, fired. Now he's a registered sex offender.
Well, that's not a good thing.
Well, when he was on administrative leave, they demoted him from high school to a middle school. And the public outcry was pretty loud. Then they moved him down to an elementary school, and it got even louder.
How do you move someone that happens to from one place to a place that's even more sensitive.
They wanted to geographically make him disappear.
So how do you put him in someplace where the kids are even younger?
Because they thought it would be less sexually appetizing to him, I guess,
Are-
while they were investigating.
Or did they just put their brains in the blender that day? I mean,
No. 'Cause you got to remember, innocent until proven guilty. He was under investigation. They still have a job to do.
But so put him in the administrative office. Don't put him with the more younger kids.
Couldn't do it.
They have other offices. You know, that's retarded. That's messed up.
Didn't say it for the smartest choice. But
Yeah, that's
he
true.
eventually got fired.
Yeah.
Then the charges were pressed. Then he was found guilty. Then he had to wear an anklet and register with the state as a sex offender. Because what he would do, like from the cheerleaders that I was going to class in my graduating class, he would always like corner them, lean them up against the wall and talk about their skirt lengths, and then he would feel up their leg all the way up to their crotch. Like every
Well, he wanted to make sure they understood that they were how short they were.
Yes.
What a sick motherfucker.
He got nailed. It's okay.
Should have had his dick cut off. That's what he should have had done.
Tell you what, I wish my hands were there sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you were their age. So you're in school with them. You're a student. That's
Yeah,
okay, but it's not okay for the fucking teacher to or.
Oh no, he was a principal.
Well, teacher, principal, same thing. When you're an asshole and a sick motherfucker, you're an asshole and a sick motherfucker. That doesn't change what title you have.
Well, he was married with a little kid too. So.
What a piece of crap.
Yep. Busted his ass.
Later, angry.
And now we do this all over again.
I'm sure if he lives in wherever you were, if that was a liberal state, I'm sure they gave him community service at an orphanage.
Oh, he got out of the state once his probation ended.
Yeah.
If he ever comes back to Texas, he'll come up as a registered sex offender in the state.
He should have a full circumcision done to him.
To the root. Just cut my finger.
Way past the root. Slowly, by a rabid dog.
You know what's worse than paper cuts?
Nothing.
Cardboard cuts.
Nah, cardboard cards aren't so bad. Paper cuts, now those are evil.
No, here, let me show you. Look at that edge.
Right.
On every one of these spots. To it, trying to get these things out. Little ham knives. Sucks.
If there's no blood, it didn't happen.
Now my little finger's bleeding.
Nah, paper cuts are way worse. I've never had a cardboard cut.
Those are the worst because it's duller. Well,
Oh yeah, that's true. Dull cuts are pretty bad.
And thicker, so they go deeper.
Well, if you do it nice and slow, it's real fun.
We're still talking about cardboard, right?
I don't know. You never know with you guys.
I used to be told that my mind was in the gutter. I was like, no, my mind was made in the gutter.
When you think of that kind of stuff, your mind is in my mind because my mind is the gutter. It's not a bad place to be.
Not a good place either.
Oh. So how many more of this project do you have to go? How many more pieces?
9 of the current one that I'm doing and 1 of the smaller ones.
Now, the last project you were working on, I believe you were doing like
60,
something like that. How much does that cost to ship out? Or do you have a technician that takes them out?
Well, if they're individually sold here, they're, for this particular one, they're $23 for shipping. But the ones we send to Amazon, we put on
pallet, and then we send the pallets with freight companies. It's cheaper that way.
And you said the freight company is actually pretty close to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you have any projects where you have to assemble them and have like you and someone else go and set them up?
We set them up before they go in the box.
No, I'm saying, do you have any projects where they need technicians to come?
No.
Okay.
No, even with my contract with Boeing, it's like these things are simple enough to troubleshoot and work on.
Okay.
They're aircraft engineers, you know.
Okay. No, I was just figuring maybe some companies had money and they have a network they need set up and they just purchase stuff from you, and since they purchase it from you, they'd have you install it, so they just have you guys come out with a truck with the stuff. And because I used to run line with somebody for like school districts, so I used to assist them, and we would just run the lines through the walls and the ceilings for the network.
Oh yeah. We used to do stuff like that, like surveillance systems and shit too.
Right.
But they were too few and far between, so we kind of steered away from it just because.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't.
There wasn't a lot of money in it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like extra money for me, but it wasn't enough to justify the work.
Right.
Like one time I did this, where it had to be done that weekend. I ended up staying there till like 4 in the morning with the other guy that I was doing it with. I was like, we're never doing this again. But no. And I was 6 hours from home too, so I was fucking beat the shit.
Oh man, that's someday. Wow.
Yep. Got pretty good at it though for a while.
Right. I mean, it's nice to work for a company, be able to get out of town every now and then too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to work for Smith & Wesson and get out of town every weekend.
Oh baby, yeah, definitely. Well, it's Smith & Wesson, Ruger, whatever,
I don't think they do that anymore
Who?
though. I'd love to be part of the PR.
No, they have companies. There are plenty of companies that do those things still.
Mossberg is here in Texas.
Right.
Like, Colion Noir's already got them, so.
They've got a factory or just a corporate office?
I think both.
Okay. So why don't you apply for them?
They're far from me.
Okay.
They're really far from me. Whew. I love these bullshit deadlines. Like, I don't even think they remembered that we had one less day to do this in. Either that, they just don't care, which is asinine.
Oh, as far as applying for jobs, why doesn't Knife apply for FBI?
Mr. Knives?
Yeah.
He's got a medical issue.
Right, so he could apply for the FBI. All he needs is his hands.
I don't think he passed the eye exam.
All he needs is his hands. FBI.
I wasn't sure if you were going with that or not. Now
Full body inspector?
Damn straight. He doesn't need his eyes for that.
Go for it, Kachilio. Get a TSA job feeling up girls at the airport.
Yeah, TSA, perfect. That's all they do.
That's fucked up.
It's a government job. It's acceptable. What's up, Deez?
I'm back to tell you how it really is.
How is it?
Well, it's about people.
135 grade.
People that are stupid. What's up with my dog? What happened? You got
what's
bit
up
or
with
what?
your dog? What the hell?
Stepped on a piece of glass or something? Come over here.
What the hell's wrong with your dog, man?
He's a fucking vicious animal, man.
Damn straight. Bite his dick. Bite the dick.
This dog ain't fucking around. Let me show you. This dog will fuck something up, man. Look at this dog, man. Check him out. Check him out, son. This motherfucker's ruthless.
Damn straight.
Come on, let's go.
That's a
ready,
freaking pit bull.
He's ready. Look, he don't give a fuck about nobody, yo. I'm telling you, wait till you see something. Watch this. All right, somebody's sketch is approaching us. Let's check it out.
He's waiting to steal some young people's souls.
Someone's sketchy's coming up. Check it out. Hey, look at this. Just gonna piss on that thing? You're just gonna Whoa, whoa, what's going on? Here he comes. He's gonna be. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, he don't pay attention. His situational awareness is fucked up. You're just gonna piss on some other dog's piss? That's what's good in the hood?
He's marking his turf, man.
This dog is wilding, man.
Instead of tagging, he pisses.
Yep, put me up. Put me up, son.
Slash his fucking tag.
Put me. Look at that. Look at that sketchy guy. Some sketchy dudes out here. Come over here. If you take a dump, I'm not picking it up. And if the police come and try to write me a ticket, I'm going to kick you in the head. Uh-oh. 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 He's got 0 fucks.
He's got socks.
Yeah, no, he's got like little white shoes, man.
Nice kicks.
Luckily for you guys, he hasn't seen a dog. Actually, I think that's the kind of thing you want to see.
Yeah. Now he just needs a fedora.
Tactical fedora?
Yeah.
Don't you shit there. I don't have nothing to pick it up.
You got a t-shirt.
Oh,
look at him. He's got juice, man. I can't believe he had juice left.
It's a male.
He's been holding it in, man.
Uh-oh. When they do scent spraying, they meter their shit. They don't dump it all in one shot.
Yeah. He's been doing a good job.
You got an awesome tactical chihuahua.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a chihuahua. I thought he was a min pin, like a miniature pin.
He's a stunted growth pit bull.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, he's got a lot of pit bull in him. Is he? Because I can't pick it up. I mean, the cops be over here watching us. Come over here.
He's dropping a deuce.
No, he didn't drop a deuce. But
I think the white feet.
Plenty of juice.
The white feet are like a safety precaution for like night vision.
Sure.
You know he drops a deuce when his feet ain't white anymore.
I mean, check him out. He's on some shit. You see? Now he's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck's going on?"
Look at those
son?
ears. Wow.
What's going on, son?
Those ears are bigger than his head.
He's like, "Yo, I'm ready." He's ready for war. Come on. Yeah, this is not my dog, but I will kidnap. This is my girl's dog, so technically, I'm the reason she still has the dog. So
you need to start a series, tactical dog walking.
Check this out. Check this out. He's strapped to my belt. Check that out.
You got the dog at the low ready.
That's pretty tactical, man, because I can go hands-free right now and start fucking someone up, and this dog ain't going nowhere.
No, I thought you had 2 dogs.
I have 2 dogs, and then my girl has a dog.
All the
and
same
since
kind?
they don't get along too well. No, my dogs are microscopic. So, long story short.
You got a shrinking machine. We understand.
No, I've only had schnauzers for like 20, 22 years.
They're pretty rough, man. Schnauzers don't play.
They're smart though.
They're pretty hyper, man. Like my family got a schnauzer.
It depends.
Jesus,
like I got one
he
that's
won't
really
shut
hyper.
up. He's super hyper.
I got one that's like Jack Lemmon, super hyper, and then the other one was like Walter Matthau. Like he just wanted to chill all the time.
Mm.
And then my first one was like that too. Like he liked to be left alone. He'd just wander off and lay on the couch by himself all the time. He was pretty chill. But my current one, yeah, he's hyper. And he hates thunderstorms.
Uh-oh, secret poop. Check this out. I don't have to pick this one up. He's doing it on some tactical shit. Yeah, is anyone watching? All right, man. Good job, son. I ain't picking that shit up. Let's go. Let's move quick. Let's go. They're on to us. What are you doing, man? That's not weed. Let's go. Uh-oh. We got him. See, there's a dog coming that way. I got to be so aware of dogs. Like, a block away. I got to find them and be out. No, we got to go in the opposite direction. Or it's go time.
Yeah. My welcome
Come on, let's go.
would only do it when he saw another dog. He'd freak out. Very territorial. What's really weird was he was only like that. I used to be able to cook in a dog park and shit, and then after about 3 months, he became real territorial. I remember this one time a fucking Rottweiler come running at him, and he bit it in the neck, drew blood, and the damn thing ran off yelping. I'm like, yeah, I can't bring you here anymore.
What's up, Travis?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
What up?
What up?
Not much, man. Not much.
What's the next gun from Stanley?
We are cleaning up the Ruger Precision 308. I just got back from the range.
Nice.
Fun stuff, man. Well, so I'm going to be returning it probably tomorrow, but I'm just going to get it all cleaned up now. So you guys for a bit.
That's his personal, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Which I'm discovering something I don't like about borrowing guns from the person. When I get these rifles, he's like, "Hey, man, keep it as long as you want, shoot it as much as you want. Just don't touch the settings." I'm like, okay. So when I go out to do a shooting video, I'm at the mercy of somebody else's ergonomics and prior settings, which kind of blows. But I get to shoot it. I mean, I've produced some okay groups, but yeah, if it was mine, I think I would have had better results.
I mean, still cool that you do get them from him.
Oh yeah, no complaints, man. I'm not mad at all about it. So I love it. I mean, it's a cool gun. Otherwise, I'd never. I mean, I could probably buy one, but I don't know if I'd ever really want to spend money on it. But
the one he has, what do you think it would go for with the parts that he built into it?
This one right now?
Yeah.
This one's all stock. It's just a Gen 1 Ruger Precision 308.
Okay.
Inexpensive optics on the top. I think it's what, $14.99 is the retail, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what he would sell this one. He tells me that he would never sell me any guns from his private collection. He's like, you can ask, but he goes, I'm probably going to say no. He's got an entire basement just full of them. So, yeah.
I'm waiting for the Ohio ordinance where it's BAR.
Oh, that's are you in Ohio,
No,
Travis?
Nebraska.
No. I'm in Lexington, Nebraska.
Lexington,
Pretty much
Nebraska.
dead in the center of the state.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I've been through Ohio once, but...
Well, I mentioned it before, but you weren't online. Did you hear Ohio? It's in the works, or they're about to pass, hopefully, the stand your ground plus the open carry without the requirement for concealed carry permit.
Okay, that's good. Here in Nebraska, you can open carry without a permit. You just have to be legal to carry a firearm.
Exactly.
We've got a ridiculous castle law which states that if you don't make every attempt to leave your house, you can be held guilty in a self-defense shooting if you don't make an attempt to leave your home.
Okay, that's retarded.
Yeah, and the person that you shoot at can in fact sue you for civil liability, even if they're in the wrong. Their family can sue you if they're dead.
Part of Ohio's bill, the bill that's in the works now, is that stand your ground means stand your ground, and they're getting rid of everything that works against you.
Yeah, it's not cool. I mean, we try to get one. They try to get it set up so that cities cannot pass local ordinances on carry other than the federal buildings. And it was ready to go through, like the majority of the state was ready to pass it through so cities could not overrule state or federal mandates or whatever. They were going to have it set up so that there would be one set of just, carry everywhere, right? And then Omaha, the senators from Omaha chime in, and they don't want it because, if people are allowed to open carry, it's going to cause more crime, and we're already having all these problems. I'm like, all the shootings and stuff that happen in Omaha are all gang-related. It has nothing to do with legal concealed carry owners.
Exactly.
And so it didn't pass because of the metro. They determined pretty much the liberty for the rest of the entire state, and that really pissed me off.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, that's just like what Chicago, how they're able to throw down rules and laws and stuff like that.
Based on no facts.
Yeah. I mean, it was ridiculous, and it barely had gotten shot down. So there's just a lot of little things that we didn't pass that we probably could have. I don't even understand why we don't have constitutional carry anyway in our state. tried to get that to pass, and they said no. In fact, in Nebraska, you have to have a pistol purchase permit that's approved by your local sheriff before you can go purchase a pistol from a business. And if you want to purchase a pistol from another person in the state, you don't have to run a background check, but they either have to have that permit or they have to have a concealed carry permit.
Wow. Does your governor go both ways, or is he leans which way?
We had a kind of a somewhat liberal conservative. It's really weird. Our previous governor was like, he was for certain things and then for certain things. And now we got a very conservative guy right now. That's our governor that's representing us. So things might change.
Hopefully.
Firearms guy, but yeah.
Well, cross your fingers.
Oh. Yeah, I hope so. It's not that it's a bad state for owning guns. I mean, you could open carry and walk around, especially where I live in like a rural area. Nobody would even bat an eye. People do it all the time. I mean, not that I do, I conceal, but it's nice to have that you're not going to cause a panic if I go to the grocery store and I'm open carrying. Not that I would, but I like that. I like that kind of thought. But when it comes to a lot of the other things, we're really bass backwards on stuff. So
I believe Wisconsin has something in the works now too for open carry. Yeah, for constitutional. Yeah. I don't think it's on the floor now, but I believe it's ready to go in today or soon.
Make sure you stay vigilant.
It would really be nice,
because I heard,
especially for travel, man. Travel, if we had nationwide, it would be so nice.
Oh, that's one of the things that's going on now too around the country with the reciprocity.
Here you go. There. Yeah, I hate it when I travel because when I go to certain states, I have to stop. I have to, unload my weapons. I have to separate my ammo from my weapons. I have to put them in lock boxes. It's, especially, and it's just, neighboring states too. That's the thing that drives me nuts.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Let's see. Sean, I got a question for you. You're in Texas, right?
I am.
Okay, what would the rules state? I know we'd have to go through an FFL. I got a buddy that I'm going to be visiting here soon who lives down in Texas, and I want to give him a pistol. So if I do that, he's not family. I just take it to an FFL in Texas and basically sign off on it, and then my buddy pays the transfer fee and receives it. Or what do you think would happen in a situation like that?
That sounds about right to me. You just make them like a bill of sale saying that you're giving him the gun, or you put
okay.
price on it. And
all right,
will sign off that he did a background check for it.
Okay, I hope so, because that's kind of what I was hoping would happen. Because I've got one sitting around that I'm gonna go ahead and hook him up with. And
if you do a bill of sale for that, what do you can put like $1 as the amount?
That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, just if whatever the minimum amount is, it's just $1. Yeah. So there's official financial record, so it's not kind of a weird purchase law,
Right. Okay. That's all we're going for about.
But I've never done out of state, and I'm going to take the gun with me. So yeah.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Cool.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, you need to stay vigilant about your elected officials because I heard Kathy Griffin's looking for a new job.
Oh God, we're in trouble. Whoever gets her is in trouble.
It's some crazy stuff, man.
I'm still convinced it's actually like a transvestite half brother of Anderson Cooper.
Holy cow! I saw the picture of her when she did the apology. I'm sorry, but it looked like someone took a turd and just put a wig on it.
Oh yeah, transvestite half brother of Anderson Cooper.
Seriously.
Same face.
Someone should take the picture and make a meme of this, like, why doesn't somebody tell this girl she has cancer already?
I broke Yahoo News with that. I was like, does she have cancer, or am I just ahead of the curve diagnosing it faster than her doctor? She could look poor. That could be a PR stunt, though. Make her look haggard, like she's actually lost in thought and grief. Don't know.
You can make a meme of her and call it tactical cancer. Fighting the stupid war.
She used to be funny until she got political. Maybe that's with everybody, though.
What's up tonight? What's up next tonight?
Got the Daily Gun Show at 7 o'clock Eastern, followed by Never Enough Ammo. Guns and Politics. That wraps us up for Wednesday.
I'm glad to see Matt is feeling better at least.
He looked much better last night on
the chat, yeah.
On Hit or Miss, yeah, when he was on.
Night Strike's not too happy about yesterday's show.
Why?
The neg bombs.
Oh.
Poor guy.
With the what?
I call them neg bombs. It's because I used to come from a forum that you'd give people upvotes or downvotes. So
okay.
Like, if trolls, wrote a crappy post, everyone would put a -1 on the post, and if you got enough of them, you were banned. So we call it neg bombing, negative bombing. And he said that it happened to his show last night because Matt was saying, "Hey, everybody, give Night Strike a like. He's been doing this a long time, and it helps the metrics of YouTube." He got 30 thumbs up and 100 down.
What? I don't remember seeing that last night. I remember seeing it being like 22 and 4. It must have happened like right after we got done talking. Because
crazy.
I saw the thumbs up going up as he mentioned it. I didn't see them going down.
Yeah.
Well, it had to have been viewers. I mean, obviously that were watching pro gun guys that did it as a joke. I mean,
yeah, I think they just did it out of humor. But
well, remember though, YouTube rewards you for your negative engagements, your thumbs downs, because they see that as interaction with the audience. So it actually helps you when you're monetizing. Apparently, it actually helps you out. So
I heard it kills fledgling channels though. Like if you're established, that's one thing. Yeah.
Hey, Dano.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
No, I guess I don't remember seeing that. I'll have to go back and look and see what the ratings were on it, because it was high when we stopped and when I quit watching live, when I quit chatting on the live broadcast and we went dark or whatever. But
I'm actually running that voice meter app.
Oh, yeah?
Right.
Soundboard.
How's it working for you?
Well, first, obviously, if you can hear me and I can hear you, it's working fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds.
The fact that there's no echo.
The treble is extremely high. Can you lower the treble or increase the bass?
If you're hearing an echo, Dano,
I'm sure I can.
if you're hearing an echo, turn off the preview on your recording devices. So the only one you're hearing is from the program, and not from program and Windows.
Oh no, he said we don't hear the echo, so it's fine.
He
right?
does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, there's no echo. I'm saying that's the good thing.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, I can. You said it's too high.
The
voice?
the treble. Can you lower the treble or increase by a little
Is
bit?
that any better? Is that any better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some settings that I can change, but I don't necessarily have immediate knowledge or access to them.
Do you see the meter that says pitch? P-I-T-C-H?
No, I see the equalizer with bass, medium, and high.
That'll work.
Yeah. You can play around with that when you have a chance. But
Yeah,
you sound,
no, I
you
already
sound fine
turned the
now.
high down.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as I don't sound like this.
No Pinocchio.
Now the ultimate test is I got to find a WAV file and see if I can play it and you guys can hear it.
Use a sound clip of Arlie Ernie going out fucking standing.
Well, I don't. I'm just going to pick one off of Windows just for test purposes.
Oh, fucking standing. I need to get one of those. It's a back brace, but it's like a corset type thing. I need to get one of those because one of the.
That's what I wear every day of my life.
Well, my doctor was telling me that one of my floating ribs actually, the cartilage between the two ribs broke, so I've got a rib that's trying to stick out. And he was like, "Oh yeah, just put one of those on, tighten it real tight, so it curves back in, and it'll reattach itself eventually."
Yeah, it's. I mean, I wear it because it keeps my pain under control.
Makes breathing a little more challenging, right? Since you're squeezing yourself.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I didn't catch
a
what you
little more
said.
labored because you're working against the resistance. of it.
I guess I don't understand your question.
Hey, Sean, get closer.
Huh? When you put one of those halter type things on, right, and you run it real tight, it kind of makes your breathing a little more difficult because it's squeezing you all the time, right?
Well, it by pushing in your gut, it also helps put your spine in the correct position.
That's what I need. Yeah. When I get home, send me a link for a good one, will you? I'll get one of those. Shitty posture.
Yeah, I'll see if there's a any sort of because mine is actually I had to get a prescription from an orthopedic doctor. I'm sure there was a manufacturer's label on it, but I mean I've had the thing for 10 years, and after wearing it every day for 10 years, it might be worn off.
My mom's got.
Did you guys?
Fashion, but it doesn't look like it would work. It's all fabric. There's no bracing in it anywhere.
All right, I'm gonna play a WAV file, and I just want to know if you guys can hear it or not. I don't know. It's not to be entertaining. It just can you guys hear it?
What's up, Al?
Make sure the output gain is the same as your voice one, so it's not like super loud or super quiet. Like modulate it the same as your voice.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Dano.
Well, let's see. Play with Windows Media Player.
Did you guys see the Facebook post? The White House is on lockdown.
Really?
Yeah, it's live now on Facebook. I don't know. I'm reading the comments, but I don't see exactly what it is.
Just let it be the Russians this one time.
It's on Fox, and they said they're working on getting more information at this time.
Please let it be the Russians just this one time.
The Russians are giving Donald Trump more phrases to take down the liberal left.
I'm talking like it's time for World War. Let's just
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy.
That way we can rewrite the rules of media and all the other bullshit afterwards.
Oh, what the hell?
Officials in Salvador are in panic because Trump is sending more gang members back to El Salvador.
Well, that's what you do with garbage. You send it back.
To where it came from, yeah.
Send it back to the landfill it came from.
They're having emergency meetings because they're getting back their trash. That's funny.
The guys and gals of gunwebsites.com encourage you to take a CCW class every year, practice at least once a month, and carry every day. Thanks for watching gunwebsites.com.
Yeah, that sounds good, actually.
Thank you. That's so we don't, because what we've had to do in the past is like I would have to hold up my phone to the microphone to do anything like, and you could just like click on it, play it on your computer, and now you don't have to use the phone.
Nice. What program did you say? What synthesizer program are you using?
It's a free program called Voice Meter.
Right.
EETER.
Okay.
And you do have to download a software driver. But that's all. If you just type in Voice Meter on the website of Voice Meter is the link to go get the software driver.
Okay. Well, I'm on a Mac, so I have to use a Mac version.
But, you know, it has some other nice features. Like I can, you know, it overrides the volume control of Windows. So I can control the volume going out, going in.
Right.
As you mentioned, the my voice is too high. If I need more bass, I could do that.
I've actually got the program that New Eden Radio uses for their broadcasting for their DJs. Darktown's a DJ for them, and I was asking him about it one day. He's like, "Oh yeah, you just use this program." He sent it to me, so like I can do music, audio. I can basically make my own soundboard.
How do I sound now? Pure rock and roll from WREX Chicago.
Yeah, don't do that.
Boys and girls.
Make yourself sound like a chipmunk.
No.
Google does that all by itself. It doesn't need my help.
I have a Logitech headset that does that. It's called Galactic Squirrel for the voice modulation. Space Squirrel.
I got to get the sound effects that are on my phone off my phone and onto my computer.
Data cable.
Just text it to yourself.
Well, yeah, I usually just send myself an email with an attachment.
Time
Yeah.
to cue the final countdown. We've reached the final hours of today's broadcast. I'm still on the right side of the grass.
Hey, Sean, is it that time yet?
It is that time. Just tell me about gearwebsites.com.
All right. Make sure you guys go to gearwebsites.com. They got patches. Right now, they got a bayonet sale right now. You guys should, AK bayonet sale, you guys should finally check out. And we also got some other stuff, hoodies, shirts, and other sorts of things. Go to gearwebsites.com. You guys want to promote yourselves? Daniel, Travis?
Not right at the moment, thanks though. But yeah, you guys also anybody interested in the Gunchannels playing cards? They are currently up for auction, which ends sometime this evening.
On Kickstarter?
What's that?
Where can we find those playing cards?
I will try to find the link momentarily.
I'll go ahead and get a plug in, guys. I'm going to do another Caliber Corner on Saturday at 8 a.m. Central Time if you guys want to join in or if you want to watch it later on YouTube or on Gunchannels. And I'm not sure exactly who's going to be joining me on this one, but I do send a bunch of invites out. So if you guys ever want to be on it, it's super early for a lot of you. But if you're interested in joining in for just for an hour, you know, you can do that. Get you a cup of coffee if you're in the studio with me. But I do
You're
that
offering
time
free
slot
plane
'cause-
tickets.
What's that?
You're offering free plane tickets.
There you go, man. Yeah, come on over or bus, whatever works for you.
I'll be there in a heartbeat.
Hey, that's cool. That's cool. I got a lot of room here, so. But yeah, we'll be doing it at 8 o'clock, and the reason why I took that time slot, I know a lot of guys on the West Coast, and that's early. I'm totally a morning person, and it's the only time slot that doesn't really interrupt other gun channel shows. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to take that time slot. Plus, you can always watch it later on YouTube if you want. And I got it embedded on the Caliber Corner channel on Gunchannels.
Right on.
So we're going to be talking about our favorite optics and some of our best like budget options, budget choices, like cheaper options that are out there that actually work. So that's what we'll be talking about on Saturday.
So budget ARs or budget what?
No, we're going to focus on optics, like optics that we've had good luck with, red dots, scopes, things like that. That you know we'll try to establish kind of a baseline price and then pick our favorite models from here, or models that we've had some experience. And then
that's cool.
Bust out a few examples, show off a few of the models that we have, and talk about it. And you know, because I've used really nice glass before, and I've also used budget price glass. I mean, inexpensive glass, and I've had pretty much the same effect both ways. So yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to release the summary version of everything you're going to talk about come Saturday.
Oh no, I usually write up what questions I'm going to ask and what points we're going to bring up on Friday night. I usually do that in the evening when I'm just sitting around chilling. So yeah, no, it's okay. I just kind of give a heads up. I mean, we talk about this stuff all the time anyway in chats and discussions, so it's really nothing too crazy. But you know, if anybody chimes in with some of their knowledge, it's always kind of cool to get that from the guests.
Right.
So what do you consider to be entry level? And then just to throw a wrench in the mix, what would be mid level?
For me, I mean, I guess you got to look at. Let's just say, for me, expensive would be $500 on up for a scope. Let's just say something. Let's just say a scope for deer hunting that you want to take out to 300 yards. I mean, I've taken deer with inexpensive Bushnells and Tascos before. I mean, my first scope on my first, I had a shotgun that I used with slug hunting that I would slug hunt with, and it had a rail on the top of it, a weaver rail, and I think I was running, I don't even know what the heck it was. It was a center point, and I had no trouble getting a deer with that at all. Nothing. So, I mean, I think it's just whatever glass you can put on paper that shoots accurately, that's inexpensive, is going to work for you. You know, to me, that would be, I mean, anything you pull off the rack at Walmart. Then you can step up to, say, some of those Nikon scopes, or maybe, you know, Primary Arms or Vortex. I'd say $300, you can get yourself a nice bit of glass that would work for you out to, say, 300, maybe 400 yards.
Because Nikon does have, I'll call it their Philippine line. I mean, I have one. It's the P223.
Yeah, that was one of the ones I was going to mention on Saturday. Yeah, how does that work for you? Do you like it?
Works great for me. Now, I'm not banging it against a tree.
Yeah,
so
you're not going.
Maybe that doesn't qualify for some people.
Yeah.
So if you do push-ups on your optics, then maybe it's not the thing for you.
Yeah. I'm just talking.
But then again, you know,
range trips and
yeah.
Oh, you know, like
and
hunting, your basic hunting seasons and stuff like that. You know, nothing real crazy. Something that can handle a bump or two, but something where you're not going to be running it through a freaking close combat battle course or something like that. You know. But I mean, I've used expensive Leupold scopes before too, and I mean, I absolutely love it. You can see the difference in the clarity of the glass and just the quality, the fit and the finish overall. But there's a lot of good budget glass out there that can just at least get you set up, you know. My 243 that I have on my Remington 710, it's the original scope that came with it. I can't remember. I have to get it out. I can't remember exactly which one it is, but it's really inexpensive scope. It was part of the package deal that came on the gun. And it's what came on the gun originally. And the guy I bought the 243 from had told me that he had harvested deer for the last 7 or 8 years with that rifle and never had a problem with it. So I take it out and I sighted it in. I had no trouble. 250 yards, that's about as far as I would go with it. It's a 243. So, you know, it's a cheap cheap glass, but the crosshairs put the bullet where you're pointing. So, you know, I guess to me is that you want to make sure you got something that's going to hold zero. You want to make sure that it's not going to break or fall apart. So I've had some god awful generic like red dots before. So
the worst thing is when the O-rings on cheap optics fail and you have
yeah.
That's garbage.
Yeah, that's a big one right there. So, I mean, I don't know. I'll read a lot of reviews and I'll watch a lot of tests and stuff. And I always keep my receipts in case I have problems so I can take it back.
I took one shot with this thing and it fucking fogged up.
Yeah.
Shoot, I'm 82. Sure, that exceeds the recoil specifications of this piece of glass.
My goal is to someday have an ACOG.
Yeah, mine too.
That's it right there. That's my bucket list. AR optic. Yeah. And when it costs as much as a used car, you know. Yeah.
I want one of those. I think Iraq Veteran showed one off. It's like $30,000. It's IR, night vision. It has a built-in rangefinder. It automatically adjusts for pressure, temperature, and wind.
Oh, geez.
It's insane.
Well, I've seen that tracking stuff that they sell too. Those tracking, those where you put the crosshair, we want the bullet to go, and it basically guides it there, or predicts it's going to go. Yeah, so for me, high end would be more like Trijicon or Aimpoint, Diner.
Halo Sun. Kidding.
stuff like that.
Trichicon could be pretty expensive.
Yeah, that's what I put on the high list, on the expensive list. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely. The I tested out a reflex light, like an RX30 or RX34, and a couple of those SIG AR-15s that I did some range tests on. And I love those red dots, but man, it's like, hey, it's $600. What's the difference between that and my Strike-Fire 2? You know, same MOA.
Romeos are decent.
Yeah, I mean those are nice too. I like those.
That's about what, $200?
Yeah. Or Hollow Sun, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a Romeo 4 soon. Pretty decent.
Oh yeah.
Gonna put it on
I'd say
shockwave.
this is good. I'll be uploading my range video here in a little bit with this, but I didn't get the results I was hoping for, but it was fun to shoot anyway. Anybody make any impulse purchases over Labor or Memorial Day weekend?
Oh no.
I bought a cable for my radio.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, now I could at least program it.
I drove 900 miles on Monday. Yeah. I drove 900 miles on Monday. I didn't commercialize the day. I actually went and visited people who are no longer with us. So.
There you go.
Then I went to go see their parents one at a time. The farthest one out was 6 hours away. So.
Wow.
I got the cable for my radio so I can program it because I'm working on my ham license.
Oh.
Yeah, so I see some people posted for the ham license, like there's 7-year-olds getting it. So if a 7-year-old can do it, I think I might be able to do it.
There you go. That's cool, man.
Yeah, so I'm studying for it now. So I didn't register to take the test yet, but I'm gonna do that soon, I hope.
Most of it's just quizzing on what you're not allowed to do.
Right. Because if it was like really technical, because I saw some of the questions people said might be on it. If it's like really technical, I would fail it for sure.
So you're kind of a radio fan there, John?
I started to get into it, but I never actually got the license, so I don't really use it. So I stopped reading up on it. But now that I decided I actually want to get the license, what do you call it? The beginner's license.
Like an amateur.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a name for it though, like a basic license, and then the
operator's license.
The operator's license, correct.
I
So I'm
gotcha.
working on getting that. So I have to read up. They have a whole program online for it to study, help you pass the test.
Cool.
You get personalized plates for that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wish that'd be so cool.
We get that.
They have them in Nebraska. You can do that. You can always tell because of the O's and the zeros and the way that they do the letters on it.
My plate would say hamster.
There you go.
Yeah,
You might be able to get that, but there's probably somebody at the Kia Soul that has that also. Or I guess those are guinea pigs, aren't they?
I wouldn't be surprised.
What the heck is a Kia Soul?
That's a little boxy, kind of looks like a Scion BX or XB.
You remember that commercial with all the little rodents in it?
The official vehicle lesbians.
Oh, the one that looks like a toilet.
Yeah,
That's what it is. That's what they.
it's a box car.
If I'm here, when you shut this all down today,
You're here.
can you all hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, Houston.
Is that a yes?
Affirmative.
System, I'm just not quite sure.
That's cutting out now.
I have a song that's before that I think we're ready for today. It's a Psycho Camp song.
Oh, I love Psycho
Not
Camp
trademarked.
songs. They're very catchy.
Anyway, guys, the Soul is the official vehicle of lesbians everywhere, which took over for the Subaru Forester, which used to be the official vehicle.
Yeah, I like that Subaru WRX wagon. That looks cool.
Those are all. Yeah, in Texas, your ham operator's license, you get personalized plates that say radio operator, and it puts your call sign on it on the plate.
That'd be cool. I would love to have something like that. I mean, when I get the license, I'll try to register a name for a new license and see if it's allowable or available.
You know, I forget who it was that was talking about optics a few minutes ago.
Right.
But Gander Mountain, for whatever's left in there, it now has 20% off all optics. 40% on like clothing.
I think only like 15% on firearms.
Like clubbing, like going to the club?
Clothing.
Oh.
Clothing.
I thought you said clubbing.
Is it my treble? Do I need to adjust it again? Am I in trouble for my treble? Tribbles?
Hey, Sean, did we talk about the Kickstarter yet?
Yes, we did. At the top of the hour.
What solder?
Kickstarter. Guns of the Old West. Every dollar you donate towards the cause lowers the operating costs or the per pack cost of these cards and ensures that they're made here in the USA.
All right, guys, I got a jet for a little while, but I will talk to you all later, all right?
Roger that, Travis.
Take care, guys. See you later, man. All right, peace out.
See you later.
See you, man.
Órale.
Ándale. Cuchillo.
Tortuga's always late out of the gates, but he always gets there on time.
That's what she said.
From Breaking Bad. Over a week. Bunch of vacation. So anyway,
Yep.
about thumbs up, thumbs down. I think the most I ever got was 8. Pretty sure it's 8.
Sorry about that.
Yep, I bet Matt's gonna do a Kathy Griffin's some video. Probably talk about it for like 3 seconds tonight.
Dude, I won't even waste my breath on talking about Kathy Griffin, man.
Heard she's looking for a job.
Go fuck yourself, video. That's a waste.
Maybe she'll be added to the view. Cast member. Uh-oh. This mission just dropped. I'm gonna have to go look into that. Let's go take a look.
Food of the day is tacos.
She ain't taking its sweet time. Oh. Now I see.
Yo, oh, fucking froze again. Shit.
How do you, what?
Hello.
Yeah, man, I hear you.
Yeah, I froze again.
Did you? I heard you.
Hey, Sean, on your 500.
Early evening for me. I'm tired. Whoa.
Hey, Sean, on your 500, how many times you gotta polish it?
What, to get it to a certain look? Or you mean after I shoot it?
After you shoot it.
Usually, I just clean it hops, but the coon rings never fully come out. But like the rest of the frame and the cylinder body and everything, I only had to do it once. Realistically, I probably have to do it maybe like once a year, maybe twice if I really want to get it clean, shiny. But aside from the coon rings, the outside of the body, I've only had to do it one time. Matter of fact, I think I did it on camera, but yeah, use it not very often. If you do it right the first time, and just keep it clean afterwards.
Yeah, I remember you did it on camera one time.
I think I did the Alaskan.
It took you a while.
I'll say that was the second time I ever had to do it on that gun. Bet I'm lagging.
Hey, Sean, how much time you got left, man?
Well, probably a couple of minutes because my internet connection just died. Great. Solid. Let me check around.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testes. You're good, John.
Copy that.
Over.
10-4,
Was it
good
making
buddy.
much noise?
Who?
Well, I see Knives muted me. I was wondering, was there background noise or something?
Oh, we all got muted. I think we got disconnected.
No, you got background noise, though.
What'd you hear? I mean, I'm in a room by myself. I guess I was making kitchen noises.
It might be a little feedback, or it might be whatever you're doing is coming in too loud on the mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Daniel.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just, you know, since I got a new thing, I got to figure out my thing.
Dano, just hold your breath and don't move.
Yeah, kind of got to find out a new thing.
It's like there's no one else here but me. Who's talking?
Well, you go ahead and play with it all you want.
Well.
If you carry a 9mm, it's not a poison pill, despite what some gun channelers may think. Maggie, he will shame you, and he...
Oh, the teacher's back.
Where was that one from?
That's Psycho Camp?
Yeah, Psycho Camp has it on his videos on his YouTube. Yeah, you could listen to all of them.
Yep.
It's actually pretty funny.
Lately, my YouTube's been deleting subscribing from my subscriptions.
Yeah.
It's
Psycho
really funny.
Camp, and then a couple of numbers. I forget I mean, for his channel name. It's like, we don't need Google's sound effects. We can do our own.
Damn straight.
Generally better too.
Mm-hmm.
Answer that question. Tactical Pop quiz. Oh, you didn't make it.
I'm waiting for the explosion.
He was recording Clock Boy.
42.
Yep. My dinner is calling. I got to go be master of the range.
All right, Dano.
Let me know if you hear background sounds again.
All right.
It's just weird.
Oh, that's not fair.
Microwave.
Probably dinner channels.
That's not free. That's $50. Damn.
For what?
For a soundboard for the Mac. There's not too many good ones that are for the Mac that are free.
Oh, you got a Mac?
Yeah. It's about 9 years old.
We got a lot of years out of it.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, how many PCs do you still actually being used after 9 years?
Not too many.
9.
Yeah, there's Cuchillo.
Oh, yours is that old?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of you know.
Knives?
Yeah.
It's officially called a Cuchillo, not a PC.
I had mine for like a while now.
Well, I was using PCs up to 9 years ago, and that's when I switched to the Mac. And this is my, yeah. So it's still running. Thank
Every 2
God.
months I clean it.
You know what they say? Once you go Mac,
You never go back. I mean, there's limitations on it, just like anything else, but it's just more user friendly.
Well, if it was more what I'll call at least somewhat cost competitive, I might be
Right.
willing to try it.
No, it's very expensive. I just got a good deal because I got it when I first got my student discount.
Oh, okay, that's how they got you.
Yeah, so I got it used, but it wasn't that old, and student discount. So I actually saved $400 off the original price.
So, what would your guess be as to how many years old was it when you first got it?
It was only a year old.
So it's probably 10 years old now. Oh, he's gone. And that's what he gets for talking about Big Apple.
Yeah, well, I just got in the fade.
Don't judge the apple.
Actually, it might be on my end too. It looks like we're probably going down soon because I can't get the hose machine back up. So he's slightly abbreviated today.
Do you want me to go ahead and do the outro song?
Yeah, if you want. I'm just not sure if
Okay.
he's going to come back in time.
Okay, well, you never know. Something's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, I'll get a new one eventually, but this one is still kicking.
If you carry a 9mm, it's not a poison pill, despite what some gun channelers may think. Well, Smeggy, he will shame you, MEA will yell bad gun foo, Yankee Marshall will be choking on his drink. But always look on the 9 side of life. Always look on the 9 side of life. Mr. G-Webs is your friend, your 9mm he'll defend. Capacity's the answer is his song. But for the final answer, trust the moderate Pink Panther who says can't all calibers just get along. But always look on the 9 side of life. Always look on the 9 side of life. Don't let them make you doubt that your caliber is stout just because it cannot puncture every wall. It can do much more than stun. Don't you diss that 9mm gun. It could be a 380 after all. So always look on the 9 side of life. Always look on the 9 side of life.
Happy to chat with Uncle Ponry.
We're still on the air somehow.
Yes, we are.
Uncle Ponry's back. That's a good song though.
Yeah, it's he also has a 45 song, but the 9mm song I think is actually better as far as the rhyming and so forth.
Yeah, he's got a few songs. You guys should check it out. They're actually pretty cute.
I've
only
I think.
I've only known of the two. He's got the 9mm, and then he's got a 45 ACP
Yeah,
song.
yeah.
Did I mention I hate wireless networks? Hate them.
You hate wireless?
I hate wireless networks. They're so inherently finicky. You would think that for as long as they've been around, they would work better. Nope.
Do you mean the Bluetooth ones or the Wi-Fi ones?
No, just Wi-Fi through a router.
Oh,
always late.
I thought you said microphone.
I am, but my phone is hooked up to the wireless internet in my building because if I didn't do that, I'd have used up all my data in 3 days.
That's true.
Like I turned off cellular data for everything when I'm at work. I used to have an unlimited thing, but when I got my mom a phone and I had to switch plans, they wouldn't let me grandfather it over. So I kept it for 7 or 8 years longer than I should have had it. The plan that I originally had. I wanted to do away with it 8 years ago. I got rid of it 2 years ago. For this shit. But because most of my time is at work or at home anyway, it's not a big deal. Just use the wireless, which is flaky. I'm pretty tired.
Who said that?
Pull the parts though.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That'll work.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta go talk to this lady.
See you later. Have fun.
No problem, Knives.
Have fun.
Good luck.
Yeah.
With the lady.
No, man, it's for a job.
Don't make her sore.
Yeah. Well, good luck on the job interview.
So I gotta mow lawn to pick up dog shit.
Don't make her sore. That's all
well.
I'm saying.
Hey, it's money. And there's nothing wrong with money.
If she's paying, if she's paying, I'm in also.
I'll invite you over. All right, bye, guys.
Yeah, see you later.
Yep. Always look on the light side of life.
It's actually very catchy.
Oh yeah, because it was always look on the bright side of life.
Right.
And it was from a Monty Python movie and it's the song that the character played when he was the cross was being raised vertically. He sang it with the guy on his left and the guy on his right.
Right.
And as the camera backed away, you saw hundreds of other crucifixes, and the people that were still alive were also catching the tune, whistling and singing along. It's like if you're religious sensitive, not the sort of thing you want to see.
No, that's true. Any of you guys order stuff on Amazon?
I do.
What does it mean when you go to pay for something? It says your shop with points balance cannot be applied to this order, but I clicked on a credit card, not shop with points. Why does it keep going back to your shop with points balance cannot be applied, even though that's not what I picked?
I've never had points.
I've never had points either. That's why I use a credit card. That's weird.
Now I know there's some things that I forget what they call them, an add-on item. They're generally so inexpensive that unless you buy something over a certain dollar amount, you can't buy it.
No,
you have to.
I did. I didn't just buy add-on stuff. I bought actual stuff.
Yeah. Oh no, I believe you. I'm just saying I've not run into that situation.
All right, let me see if I pay with another credit card. Works. I don't buy stuff a lot on Amazon. That's why I was just like, what the hell is this shop with points balance?
Right.
Excuse me. Okay, let's see what happens. Expiration.